I'm back. Thank you, thank you. Let me pour some more water. Hi. Hello, hi. Oh. So at the moment interviewing the silver now. How do you guys feel? Guys nervous? Sorry for getting mad before. Got a little frustrated, sorry. Getting mad once in a week is pretty good. Did we hit another goal? Oh, crap. Cause I know I gifted a bunch of subs, so. But. Long time ago, wait. Four, 6, 9, 3, 9, 6, 6, 4, 0, and down. So we're at 8,775. So we're gonna have to think about what you guys want for a roleplay theme. Roleplay stream theme. Yeah. So you guys get thinking. And this might be in VR. Yeah. Potentially. So, I'm not gonna do it just yet. Maybe later. Because we still have to do 4 random chatters to skip too. So... next up is... Next up, we're in the home stretch here. Chat chooses new live 2D outfit. And this has to be serious. Has to be something... Yeah, then why does the sub counter read? Because bits and donuts count too. The sub counter is only the subs. So you guys best get brainstorming. It has to be something that... No, the sub counter is updated. Has to be something that I can use seriously. So not something super dumb that I'll use like once a year. Yeah. Because new costumes are very expensive. And it's a very big slot, so... Yeah. We're not doing it yet. We'll brainstorm when we hit the goal. Okay. Meet Sando, casual Sando, school uniform Sando. Oh wait, yeah, I need to change scene, sorry. Sandra, Sando. That could be casual Sando. JK. Just closer. I'd rather do JC than JK. JK would be weird. Dust to the access. Halloween Sando. I don't want to spend an entire outfit slot for something like this.
Very well. Then touch the darkness.
What do you think I am, a hag?
Farewell, Ashen One.
Yeah, we could totally do something like that, or... Hag of Hackett's cool outfit. Emo Sando. Oh well, I wouldn't use that. Why would I be an office lady? Talk about JC. Not yet. Just to gotcha. Which means middle school.
Pretty, be careful.
Yeah, we've been going a heck of a lot longer than 37 hours. Yeah, whatever is chosen, I will design it, and I will think up a way to make it like super creative and fun. Jazz. See, the thing with Jazz is that you only have like... The only thing you can really choose is like a kindergartner outfit. And I don't, oh god, I don't think that would suit me. Yeah. Nice job. Ah, there's two! Stop! What the heck? This isn't fair, you guys! What the heck? Hitbox is what? Also, my mama told me that seeing my voice order are getting pizza. Okay, we need to take out this guy. Okay, thank you. Take on two guys at once. Yeah. Thank you, jeez. Do these guys respawn? Do they respawn? No. Okay. Thank God. Two guys at once. So annoying. So annoying. They wouldn't dare, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they? What do you mean run, Danny? Oh god, this area. Move. Nope. Stop it! Nope. Do not. You guys done? Jeez. Book, woof. Shut up. I don't like this area. I say for the 700th time about the 700th area I've been in. Nope, not doing the DLC yet. Nope. Nope, no thank you. Bye, hero sizer, bye. No, go do the DLC yourself, Weirdo. Okay, whatever.
I need a proper flip if you...
Whatever. Wait, not yet. Not scared.
Thank you. Day of Ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it.
Touch it. Wait, no, I don't wanna... I'm gonna use a campfire. God damn it. It's right behind me, please. He just put me in the DLC, but an asshole.
And then the ashes were too.
Great, thanks. Thanks for isekaiing me for no reason. He's trying to hook us up or something. He's minted me to the blockchain. Totally. Level 60 to 80. Yeah, no thanks. Hi. Okay. You alright?
Have you just arrived?
Yeah.
How very unusual. Just how long has it been? Rejoice, my new friend. For this is a true haven of the forlorn. The cold and gentle painted world of Ariandel.
Friendly.
Quick, go along. Find one for yourself.
Friendly.
A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
Okay. Thank you.
You're no exception. We've all seen terrible things.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very gentle if you need to be level 60 to 80.
Let it ease your burden. Ariandel will make a fine home for you. So, go on ahead. Find one for yourself.
Thanks for the false advertisement.
Rotting bed to lie upon.
I'll be back, buddy. I'll be back. Just like not yet. Okay. Can I get like a bonfire? Can I? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'll just be going. I think. I'll just be leaving. Thanks. So rude. Got isekai. Music, bye. If a VTuber becomes isekai, does she become real? No, she becomes double and not real. Cool, right? Not though. I'm gonna go back and this guy's gonna be like, I've been on a sim so good. Okay, we're running. We're running. Okay, cool. We're running. Move. Move. No thank you. No thanks. No thanks. Move. Move. Hey, asshole! Stop it. Not me. Thank you. Okay, cool. Hi! You! Wait. He despawned. What a fricker. What the heck? That's so rude. Lame. Notched whip. Kinky. Cheers! I hate cheers! Okay. Thank God. We literally destroyed the enemy. Okay. Okay. Indestructible candles. Okay. Is he back? Where the heck? Oh, up here. Oh yeah, so bad. These guys are just vibing. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Coming through. Excuse me. Shush. Stop it. Thank you. Worth. We'll go up. I know that's a shortcut, but I'll go this way for now. Just to grab any items. Oh, and the spooky scary skeleton. Since you're really shiny, it's fine. Stop it. We're so sorry, skeletons. You're so misunderstood. Run in, run to. I don't remember. But I don't think we should. Okay, scary skeletons. Just kidding, you're fine. Oh, nice. Hit them. Thank you. Oh God, the whole squad's here. No clue where I am. Hi. Thank you. Oh God, I hate these guys. No thank you. Where's my best friend when I need him? Thank you. Best friend! Oh God, it's mummy number 2. Best friend! No! Get him! My best friend, he's so cool. Hi. Thank you. You gonna kill those guys, or... Alright. What's he digging for, do you think? Friendly. Hi. Denim best friend. Never mind, I got this. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh wait, hi. I didn't see you. No hugs. Thank you. Wow. Upgrades. Upgrades galore. We got bonfire upgrade. We also got I need this guy. He's friendly. I got free shoulders. Let's go. God, I hate this area. Hi. Sorry. He was just vibing, I'm sorry. Hello. He's so cute. They were so cute when they were just digging. Is this where the shortcut is? I don't remember. Oh, this is the other shortcut. With the dog. Kick that up. Nice. Not going there for now. We'll go there next time. Yeah, he's petting the worms. Wow. Oh, thank you, backseat command. Very nice. Oh, here's the door. Nope, never mind. Mistaken. Having a bathroom makes your life much easier. Okay, what was the point in that? Okay. Hi. God, I hate this area. I saved for the 17th time. Hi! Yep, I hate this area. Stop it! You stop that! Cut that out. Nice job, thank you. Come down here and fight me like a real man. Sit there. Bonfire on me, guy. Oh, hi. Cool. He was hiding. Not for long. There's stuff over here, I think. Well, maybe the bugs. Oh, hi. Nope, nice job, but okay. I get the souls for that, I guess. Not sure why, but boy. Funny. Oh, hi. Oh, you guys, what the heck? Stop it! No! Stop it, you guys! You're mine now! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Ooh. Give me a sec. room sealed. That's nice. Oh god, there's more. I don't even remember where you're supposed to go here. Sealed fight. Yeah, that's it, you forgot. Gun. Okay. Baby. Something over this guy's gonna drop on me. Feet. Whatever. Oh, there's two of them! Okay, I didn't expect that. Whatever. Thank you. All that for some bug pellets. Oh boy, I love Dark Souls. My favorite game. Wait, I don't even remember which way that. Oh, there's a mommy. I'm not going there. There's a door somewhere around here, right? Is it over? Where is it? Do you guys know where it is? I'm asking. If I go straight, will I find it? No. Thanks. This whole area sucks. Sucks so bad. These guys are the worst. It's not in there, I remember. Yep, not in there, not in there. Yep, bye. Oh, there's something over here I remember. I'm not sure what. I remember what. Hi. No, thank you. Hi! Wait. Thank you. Nice job. I'm in an animation right now. Okay, it doesn't matter if I die. My stuff's here. Wow, she just killed him. Stop it. Thank you, jeez. Oh, I'm in the giant house. Wait, this isn't safe yet. Ew, it's a slime man. Whoa. Again? Again? Hi, get away. Rug wall. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, thank you. No, thank you. Move. Here we are. Let's go. Wait, no, this isn't. It needs to go up. I'm so confused. Wait, is this right? Yeah, it is. Okay, I remember. Hi. Door. Yeah. Huge memory. Let's go. We did it. God, I hate this area. It's so annoying. I saved for the 7th time. Okay, yeah, infinite loop. We made it! We made it! Alrighty. I didn't do Abyss Watchers yet. I'm gonna do Deacons first, and then Abyss Watchers.
That is what needs smithing this day.
Yeah, it's a new run. I lost my old one. Okay, sword stronger. Bonfire stronger. Axe is stronger. Very good. Combo. Now level up,
Welcome
perhaps?
speak. Very well. Then touch the darkness.
Yeah, he's my dad. Everyone's my dad. Isn't that cool? Okay.
Farewell, Ashen
Thank
One.
you. Bye bye. Wait, I should go see my friends. Why do all my friends live in the basement? Hi.
Oh,
Hi.
champion of Ash. Welcome. I would do
My best friend.
ancient bearer of the dark sign.
Yes, many help. Thank you.
As I have said, alas, the magic of Londo is a far cry from the wonders of Vinheim. But I can teach you what I know.
My best friend.
Perhaps, more importantly, I believe that I can help tease out we pilgrims of Londor are keenly aware.
Why does he have teens? I always wanted to know.
Be
B. B. Wait. Oh, hi.
heavens, she was already dead.
No!
Heavens, she was already dead.
Ah! Ooh. This is so sad. He's thinking about his wife. Tragic. Can we save him? Can we save him, bros? He'll get over it. I don't know about that. Okay. Okay. Bang, dang, 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 dang. We cannot save him. He cannot be saved. Truth is the saddest of fates. He cannot. Do you really think he's gonna get over it that easily? His wife is dead. Dead, I tell you. You can fix him? Let me on. Stupid. Oh, big man. We gotta run. Ah, big man. Run, run, run. Mine. Mine. Thank you. Run, 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 run. Thank you. Run, run, run. That genuinely scared me. What the heck? Okay. Okay. Hi. Oh, there's a big dog somewhere around here. There's a little monkey guy along here too. There he is. There's Monkey. Big. Hi, Monkey. Monkey. Have you guys seen all the memes about Pickwooda's monkey? Apparently she got a pet monkey and then never talked about it again. Where's the... Yeah, she got a pet monkey! I don't understand! Yeah, she got a monkey! A fucking monkey! Yeah, me! That monkey is... Oh, hello. That monkey is literally me. Don't let Thunder playing Dark Souls distract you from the fact that Pecca bought a fucking monkey as a pet. Monkey. I don't really understand the lore. I don't know why she got a monkey. I don't know why she talked about him once and then never again. I hope the monkey is okay. Apparently there's like one picture of the monkey. Yes. Hi. And in the picture, it's right next to the cat. People are saying the cat killed the monkey. I don't know how true this is. Excuse me, lock on. Thank you. Okay. Nice job, Nightman. Nice try. Monkeys can... No, it's not like an actual freaking monkey. It's like a baby monkey. Like a bush baby sort of thing. It's really cute, but it's a very small baby monkey. But still, she got a fucking monkey. Babies aren't real people, Ross. This is true. It's a baby monkey, so it counts as a people. I don't know why she got a monkey. Does anyone know if she's mentioned it? Last I heard, she just got a monkey and then never talked about it again. Just a little concerning. Oh, there's a dog in here. Was it a lie? No, she just never talked about the monkey. Okay, so we fight the dog. We can do the same thing again, because he can't fit through the door. Where is he? Where is this asshole? Nope! Yep, now to explain where he is. Yep, now to explain it. Oh, he's stinky. Whoop the snoot. Big dog, big dog. He's too fat to fit through the door. Hi. Stupid. Oh no. She never talked about it. She posted a picture on her stream of the monkey. She said she got a monkey. She posted one picture of it and then never talked about it again. Eldritch's Sapphire? Isn't that Eldritch's dog? No wonder he's mad at me. I killed his dog. Understandable. She literally, yeah, she introduced the monkey. She showed a picture of the monkey. She talked about the monkey, and then she never ever mentioned the monkey again. Maybe it killed Pecorda. Has been pretending to be her since, maybe. Wait, why? The ring will make me too heavy. Monkey. Maybe Pecorda was a monkey all along. The monkey still got was the real Pecorda. Yeah, she went from 0 pets to a cat to a monkey, and I would say that's a bit of a divide. I just want to know what compels someone to, hello, wake up one day and get a fucking monkey. Invaded? What the? No, thank you. Oh, you want a pet? It's your fucking monkey. Oh dear God, okay. Yeah, she's gonna get a silverback gorilla. Hello, Mr. Long Fingers. 6 salad fingers, hello. Hi! Oh frick, don't stagger me. Not allowed. No thank you. Nah, nah. Stop it. Stop it. Nah. I'm stuck! That's cheating! Yeah, they pee on the walls. I don't know why anyone would get a freaking monkey. It's not a real guy, it's a fake guy. Yeah, apparently the monkeys pee. Okay, pee on the walls. And, pee everywhere, pretty much. I don't know why anyone would want a monkey. Do not comprehend what compels someone to get a monkey. Yeah, imagine getting invaded by fucking NPCs, dude. Yeah, they're really high. Really loud too, apparently. Thank you. Come to you, no thank you. Not interested. Nice try though. Yeah, they scream. They're nocturnal, and they pee everywhere. They do not seem like the best pets. They're not really domesticated because they're fucking monkeys. Hi! Hi! Camera! Let me out. What the heck? Ew. We're kidding me right now. So cute. Stupid kid. It's him, it's the loathsome dunk himself. This is who they're talking about. None of that. Oh no, thank you, not touching me. I don't like to be touched. Okay. Safe. Okay, wait, there's something down here. Yeah, he's mad. I haven't been down here. Yo, it's breathing. Guys, the chest is breathing. You guys think it's safe? I think it's normal. It's a little size. Now I wonder what's in it. Is it worth fighting the mimic? I freaking hate mimics. No, my chest's on bird. Sorry. Alright, I hate mimics. Imagine if the lock-on worked. Imagine the utopia where lock-on works. Oh, that was narrow miss. Okay. No, thank you. Okay. No way the breathing chest was a mimic. That's crazy. Deep braille? Are you kidding me? The mimic gave me braille? What is wrong with this game? Do I look like I want braille? Where's the monkey? Ah, sure. Can I kill the monkey first, please, sir? Thank you. Okay. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Excuse me. Fucking chairs. Making everything difficult. Did this infect me with Jesus? Oh no, no, no. No. Two timing's illegal! Monkey. Yeah, this was the real reason the monkey villainous. That was so lame. I think this is the time to stop for now. Yeah, less than 25 minutes till sound a moment, so... Guys, nervous. Yeah, we're very close. Nom. Guys, excited? Or mostly scared, or it is gonna be fun. It is. I think everyone's eating dinner right now. Let me take my heartbeat monitor off. I'm not nervous, you're nervous. Sure. Whatever. I don't know what she knows. Yeah, I gotta put the drip on. People think you're all crazy, that's okay. Makes it big. I'm gonna go powder my nose super fast, and then I'll be back for another like 10 minutes. And then right before mama time, I'm gonna go refill my water and make some tea. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll only be a minute, don't worry. Hello. I didn't leave you. Not leaving. I'm right here. Yeah, we have a list of questions for Mama. Yep. Yeah, she's eating dinner right now. And then she's gonna come and chit chat. So in about 10 minutes, maybe a little less, Yeah, the entire stream will be archived. Mm-hmm. You can discover Mama Shadow. That's fine. Yeah, in about 5 to 10 minutes, I'll go refill my water bottle. I'm gonna go do things like making a cup of tea as well. Yeah. Guys, excited? Excited? I'm just gonna get some things ready. Open up the questions. I don't know where the best place for her to sit would be. Yeah, you're all glad I promised not to be weird. Set this up. Switch on. There we go. And bring her here. I'll sit here. Wait, I'll sit here. Wait, where's the Subathon thingy? Let's copy this. Wait, no. This one. Okay. There we go. Very, very nice. Okay. And then, yeah, I'll put her PNG on here. Mama PNG. Yeah. Smaller mama. Mama, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, race it with mama. Bye. Can you tell that I didn't even prepare for this? Because I really thought it wouldn't happen. Funny, right? Mama gone. Interviewing my mama. All questions were already decided. Please be on your bestest ever behavior. Bestiest. I'm nervous now. I wasn't nervous before, not nervous. Wow. I hope she doesn't think you guys are weird. Make mama a little smaller. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty. We're prepared. its hair in the right place. I'll sit here. I'll move my mic so I have so little space. No, Mama doesn't know the questions. She doesn't know what we're gonna ask. It's gonna be more fun if she doesn't know. And I can move my mic like here. You should be able to hear both of us. Okay. Okay. That should be good. Okay. Maybe. I'll turn down my fan a little bit. Preparing. Okay. Move this here. Alright, can you guys still hear me okay? Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna sit Mama a little closer to the mic than me. Cause I don't know, I'm used to talking loud. She might not be. I don't know how loud she is. On stream, yeah. Alright. We'll chat here. Have questions here. Don't be rude. Maybe she will be loud now. Move the mic away from her. I don't know yet. Okay. I'm scared. Nerves. 11 minutes. Okay, let me find some nice comfy nerves. She's gonna scream at you. I hope not. Alright, we'll have a little bit. Yeah, she's been properly coached, but I'm gonna go in a minute and just remind her of everything so she doesn't forget. Is it not 11? It's 11. Oh wait, yeah. Yes. Weird. Okay. I think I'm ready. Let me be that quiet so you can hear us better. My hand on the mute button. Yeah. Move that closer to me. Okay. I'm a little scared, but it'll be okay. I'm not gonna dress up like a minion for Halloween. You guys are sus. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go. I'll put some clips on. Go for the next 9 minutes. I'll be back with Mama. If I'm a minute or two late, don't fret. Don't fret. There's a Mama related clip for you. Aww. I'm gonna tweet out the Mama interview. It's gonna start. Wait. don't sweat mood. No nerves, no nerves. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fun, but I'm gonna be nervous regardless. Okay. But why are the clips not working? One sec. Wait, why is it not working? Why? Even it's been working this whole time. Why not now? What the? It might be a few minutes late to the moment interview, sorry. I think I deleted the window. Sound a dummy. Why is it not working? I did nothing and now it's not working. What the? I don't know what's going on. Why would it work for months and then no months but days and then stop? That's so weird. Okay, now it's working. What in the heck? Alright, there you go. Sorry. Alright, I'll be back. Hold on. I might be a few minutes late. Sorry. That was like, Mama, I have 32,000 husbands. Got him. Ah! Woo! And the crowd goes wild! Wah! Woo! Wah! Yay! Shadow boxing. Who are you, Justin? Justin, huh? Just in time to get beat up.
Coming soon to theaters.
Medication? Everything just feels more manageable when I take some. Makes me feel kind of phony if I take too many though. Remember to take your meds. Take your meds.
Reply to my dear.
Oh no! Oh, your rent is still outstanding. What is this? Does this mean that we need to pay all of our rent by day 10? We're broke as hell. We need to be able to monetize our content ASAP. We need to get more than 10k followers first. Easy peasy for us. Let's go. I don't care. Why does she like me when I bully her? We were back. Gonna go pour hot water into my wooden.
Who cares?
Yes, I can tell. I love her. I can't help it. I want to bully her a little bit. Take some meds. I want to see her fail before I see her succeed, you know?
Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart?
Whenever I see someone posting hate about me and I find out that they're over 30, I actually start feeling bad for them. This game is so funny. Maybe I should get into train photography instead. What?
Huh?
Fine, I'm gonna go cry in the arms of my darling nerds instead. JK, you're so much better. I'm going to destroy her. She's a bitch. I hate her. I've decided. As she is right now, I despise this bitch. Let me tell you, I've known bitches like this. I know this is a meme game. Not everything that happens in it is true. But there is people like this. There is streamers who have this attitude, who are toxic, two-faced, manipulative bitches who act like one person on stream and then act like a completely different person off stream. She is literally lying to, manipulating her audience. She's not nice. She's not a good person. She's not streaming because she enjoys streaming. She's streaming because she wants fame and money. And that is disgusting. I hate her.
It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the work, put in the hours, and take what's ours.
Hey, what is a magic smoke?
Smoke weed every day.
Oh, I see. Don't can, didn't ask, plus you repeat. Let's talk about good news. I will save her. You cannot save me. I'm sorry. I'm long gone. I'm just putting it out there. You absolutely cannot save me. I've been doomed since the day I was born. Hey kid, give me your lunch money. Give it to me. Now. Oh wow, look at that camera, baby. Look at those graphics.
So, you must be Hop. Done a lot of naughty things, haven't you? Hopkins, you're quite the nastiest little boy. I excel at fixing little boys
I don't
like
like
you.
this man. He's got some strong Catholic priest
Pick on
vibes.
you.
I don't like
So
him.
here I am at probably the worst school in the country, whose alumni are nothing but arms
Probably
dealers,
wondering how I
serial
got here.
killers, and corporate lawyers.
Okay.
I only give people what they have coming to them.
I'm a child. Oh! Holy mother of parkour! Yeah, I only give people what they got coming to them. No, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. No! I didn't mean to do that! I'm sorry! No, I was trying to slide! I just wanted to slide!
I only give people what they have coming to them.
I only give people what they have coming.
Can you do a thingy on that rail?
Whee! Okay, I did it.
Hey, you're the new kid.
Oh, this guy's
Yeah?
a main
What's
character.
it to
He's
you?
a different character
Friendly,
model.
aren't you?
Give me a break, loser.
Hey, relax, friend. You're all pent up. Go easy or they put you on medication. They did to me. Boy, nearly sent me insane.
That's fascinating.
I don't like this guy already.
Give up the tough guy act.
He's so
pal.
Hey man,
cringe.
what's your problem?
Well, ADD primarily, but
Shut
also my
up!
life, my parents, this school, Western civilization.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
But really, honestly, enough.
Society.
I see you've met.
Hello everyone. Hello. We are here. We're back. The very long-anticipated VTuber debut, Shadow Mama, has come. It is the day. It is... There's Sam. Seven. They're all saying hi. Look, the baby.
Are they all saying hello to me?
Yeah, they're saying hello too. Say hi.
Hi everyone!
Hello, welcome. Yes, look.
Aww.
They're saying hi.
Oh, and that's so cute.
Yeah, they're cute. See, actually, one of the questions is to ask if you think that they're cute. Wait, I'll make it so you can pat her. See this little hand?
Yeah.
That's them patting you. And I'll make it so they can pat you instead. Wait.
Oh my gosh, that's me, the giraffe one.
Yeah. There you go. They're patting you.
Oh, are they actually patting me right now?
Yeah. You see this? They can use points and they can pat you. They're going crazy doing it. Okay, they can
that's so cute. I love that. This is gonna be fun.
They're all patting you. It's the sound of them patting you.
Is that me getting patted?
Yeah.
Oh. That's just too cute.
Okay. Say hi. Everyone is saying hi to the mother-in-law of Emma. My 51,897 husbands are saying hello.
Wow. That's a lot of son-in-laws.
The family tree is looking a bit like a circle. Okay, they're still going, you guys. I'm gonna have to turn it off. I cannot. Okay, I'm switching it off. 1 second. No more padding. Padding is banned. You're banned from padding. Hello! Okay, we're here. How does it feel to know that this is like one of the goals that everyone has been most excited about since the beginning of the Subathon?
How does it feel?
Yeah.
For me?
Yeah, for you.
I can't really think about it because I get too nervous then.
Don't
I
be
never
nervous.
get nervous, but I feel really nervous. It
Nervous.
feels that nice though. It's a nice feeling.
You are very look, they're donating. They're donating because they're happy. They do that. Their pockets leak when they're happy.
Aww. They're so cute.
Mm-hmm. She sounds British. They say I don't sound British.
Oh.
You do though.
I sound British.
You sound British.
What do you sound?
I think I'm not speaking English at this point.
Ah.
Yeah. We do have does she know about Joe? You're not gonna Joe Mama, my mother. Please stop. She's literally Joe Mama. Okay, we have some questions that we've all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I will thank you all properly. There's England, yes. Thank you, everyone. We must interview the mama first. So, the first question we have this here.
Whoa, are they all for me?
They're all for you. The first question is, what do you think about me being a VTuber and an ASMR artist? You don't even know what those words mean, but how do you feel about it?
Well, I was just about to say that last bit. I don't really know what that is, but it feels good. I feel. How do I explain? I feel nice and happy inside. I feel
Really?
dead proud of you. Yeah, I tell you this.
I know.
I know when you don't believe me, but I do tell you this all the time, and I am dead proud of you.
Thank you.
Like, I don't really understand everything that you do, and I don't know how the hell that person is dancing right now in front of us, but I love it, and I think it's brilliant.
I told you she's nice. I think they were scared of you, like.
Oh, they're scared of me.
Yeah, I'm beating them up. Look how famous you are. Everyone's happy to see you.
Oh.
Yeah.
All the little. Are they everyone's characters?
No, those are emojis.
Oh.
Like little emojis.
Oh, I don't have to lean forward when I talk, do I?
No.
Oh.
See, wait, I'll move it so you can see it. rearrange this a little. 1 second.
Oh, don't you have nice people?
They're nice people. They're not serial killers or like.
Not many of them.
Maybe some of them. I cannot say for sure. When there's this many people, there's a chance.
That's so nice.
Okay.
Now I can't see me question. I was trying to get sneaky pink.
No, that's illegal. No,
Okay, I went.
Good deal. So next question is, how does it feel having a daughter that streams most of the day?
What daughter? Don't see ya. No, I really don't.
No, you don't. I didn't see
we
it
we
today.
pass, don't we? We pass. It's like, good night, Mum. Good morning, Elle. No, I know you work hard. I'll be honest with you. At first, I didn't realise how much work you actually do, but now I understand and I do realise how hard you work. But I don't see you enough, so you'll have to have a day off after this.
Yeah.
You should have a day off and we can do something nice together.
Yes,
watch horror films.
Yeah. I miss hanging out.
Yeah. Eat crisps and popcorn.
And watch horror films. Yeah. Very soon, very soon. The timer is at 28 hours. That is the lowest it's been.
Oh.
Since the first 10 minutes of the stream. So
28 hours. It's just over a day.
It's not going to be over this easily. No.
I don't think it will either. No.
We're slowly getting there. I might cap it if we hit every goal. So we only have a couple more goals to go. So yeah, we're nearing.
How do you read all that?
Using my eyes.
Wow. Must be a fast reader, Al.
Yeah, nice job. Saddle Mama is dummy. Anyway, next one. Are you surprised by the success? Yeah, it's on slow mode right now.
Oh.
Like they can't send as many messages as normal. They're going slower than usual right now.
Wow.
So turn it off.
So much multitasking.
It's on 10 seconds slow mode. Look, watch this. There you go.
I'm quite enjoying it.
Oh yeah. You're gonna become a streamer. Look, they're saying hi. They're allowed to talk now. We took them out of jail.
They all been in jail.
Yeah. 5 seconds should be okay. Next question. Are you surprised by the success of the Subathon? Did you expect me to be in here for a week? I know I didn't.
No.
Did you expect to it? Do you remember when I told you that one of the goals was that you would come on stream?
Yeah. And then
I said it wouldn't happen.
You said there is no way it will really happen because you set it too high, so that it wouldn't happen.
Alas.
It's not nice. But yeah, I'm very surprised, and I don't think it's going to end in 28 hours either. Sorry to tell you, but on the bright side, I can make you more toasties.
You can make me more toasties, so that's okay. You're gonna make me one tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll make one tonight if you want.
No, we're gonna have pizza.
Oh yeah, we're on pizza. Or I had popcorn chicken, but you're on pizza.
Why didn't you have pizza?
I don't like mushrooms anymore.
What?
No, I've just totally gone off mushrooms.
Since when?
I don't know.
You just don't like mushrooms?
Well, I read somewhere that sphinxes smell like mushrooms, and then it really started putting me off because then Marley did kind of smell a little bit like mushrooms sometimes.
What the? You're weird.
So then I couldn't really eat them anymore.
The mushroom man. Okay, no more mushrooms, I guess. Yeah, it runs in the family. I don't know what you're referring to as it, but yes, absolutely. Alright. Next question. What did you think of Ribbon Cage? See, they have not heard of Ribbon Cage. They've not heard it. They've
not heard it.
A little sneaky bit, but it's not out yet. You got like way early access to Ribbon Cage.
Right, I'm not just saying this because I'm your mom. Ribbon Cage is brilliant. And it gets stuck, it gets stuck in my head.
She goes around singing it sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love it. And you know, my mouth like fell open when I first heard it because I couldn't believe it. It was that good. It is brilliant. And everyone will love it.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that, it really is brilliant. I love it. I love everything. I love the music. I love your voice that you sing. I just love it all. I love the name of it. It's brilliant.
Thank you. Okay, well there you go. She's told the truth now.
Yeah.
Yep, you guys. It was supposed to come out. It was supposed to come out early next month, but the guy that made, I told you that. The artist got COVID, and then the mixer got COVID, and the music video artist got COVID.
Oh.
So everyone has COVID. So
it's quite bad.
Delay. Yeah.
But everything comes to those that wait.
Yes, this is true. Hopefully the end of October, or maybe the beginning of November. Maybe. Soon I hope. Yeah. Ribbon closed. Indeed. COVID cage, perhaps. This one's a bit of a weird one. How much do you love me?
I love you so much.
Okay. I didn't think of these questions, by the way. There's this from...
Why did someone say, of course I love you. I love you like millions.
Millions.
Billions.
Trillions?
Do you know I love you?
I do know.
That's very good.
Of course.
I
And
love
I
you
love
so
you too.
much. And I'm very proud of you. Oh look! Oh my gosh!
What?
It's doing what you do!
Yeah, that's
I was like... Oh wow!
She's figuring out how live 2D works.
That is so cool. Wow.
Yeah. I've showed her, but
And you've shown me, but I've just realised you're actually... Look!
Yep, I'm in control, baby.
Oh, mine doesn't move.
No, do you feel like spending like £8,000 on making it move?
Not today. Maybe another day.
She's trying. Next. What do you like most about me? Base.
About you?
Yeah.
Your heart. Because you're so caring. No, you are. You always like look after me and help me.
Yeah.
And check I'm okay, and you just put other people first.
Yeah.
Am I making you cringe?
No, I'm not cringing. I'm just like...
No. You are. You just, like, the sweetest person. Dead thoughtful.
No, yeah.
You're happy just to have a hug.
Yes. Hugs
Aren't you?
nice.
Hugs are good.
Hugs are good. I require very little in terms of physical possessions upon this earth. I only require occasional physical contact and like a bag of Werther's Originals every few months.
Yeah. And your coffee.
Yeah, and coffee and skips. Okay, now on the other side of that, what is my most annoying trait?
Well, I'll tell you something that really annoys me, but you can't really help it, but it does annoy me. When you're asleep, very rarely, you know, if I pop in, that's all for any reason.
Yeah.
You do this, like, weird noise in your sleep, and it's so strange, and you go, that's the noise that drives me insane. It's so annoying.
It's like me, like, clearing my throat.
What is it? But you do it all the time.
It's like me pushing my tongue against the back of my throat. And sometimes, like, I do it if my throat is itchy.
That's the noise? Do you know when you're doing it? You do it like all the time. And
I don't mean to. Wow,
I know you can't help it, but I find it so annoying.
Sorry.
It's okay, but yeah, that kind of winds me up a little bit.
They don't come in my room whilst I'm asleep.
Don't even have to.
Yeah, cat puke noise. I'm just pulling up the hairballs.
Sounds like a cat throwing up. That's exactly what it sounds like.
It's kind of the same thing. Yeah, you're affecting my legacy right now. This is it now. Okay, well, what is it like being my mother?
Well, now you're big and grown up.
Yeah, I'm downright.
It's good. I like it. I enjoy it. But for the other critters,
yes,
it's very hard.
Yeah.
Very demanding.
What do you mean,
like? Mom, constantly.
You mean them?
Them.
Them because I'm streaming.
Because you're streaming, because of anything. Maybe it's just my children, but it's just
It's not me, that's the problem, it's them.
It's just full on attention, isn't it, all the time?
Yeah.
And trying to keep them quiet. Which is very impossible when you're streaming. But like I say, you and the one below you.
Yes, the forest tree.
The forest tree?
The forest tree.
Why is he a forest tree?
Because he is.
The forest tree, like you and the forest tree. It's great.
Yeah.
Just all mates, aren't we?
Yeah,
Just
we're best friends.
Yeah.
It's the forest critters that are the issue.
The three of them.
Yes.
Especially the youngest two.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like being a mum, but it is very hard.
Is it? I can kind of imagine folk know.
Well, you know what it's like, isn't it? Cause
that I'm basically like third mother to the children at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, this one. Everyone thinks I'm a baby. They'll think I'm a baby.
You are a baby.
Question was supposed to be, how much of a baby am I? God damn it.
A big baby. You are never ever gonna grow up. Ever. In fact, I think you're going backwards now. You are definitely a baby. Like a little girl. You even get a tidy to buy. What was it? Was it anything?
Yes.
But the forestry doesn't.
Forestry doesn't get ID. Oh, they're making fun of me. See, this is your fault. This is your fault.
You are a baby. You look like a baby. You act like a baby. Just a baby.
Do not swim with your mother. It's dangerous. Okay. Now that when I was a baby, not now. When I was actual baby, did I cry a lot?
Oh, I tell you what you did do. We're back to the annoying habit. You had a little bouncy chair that you always sat in. And I went to work.
Okay.
And Gran looked after you.
Yeah.
And when I got in from work, she used to say, I can't get a thing done at all. I can't even wash the dishes because you sat in your chair, and if you weren't getting full on attention, you just sat there going, all the time. You didn't even cry, you just made this really annoying noise. That's the noise.
Attention! Give me attention!
Permanently. Then you won't go to bed. So me and Gran had to rock you in the chair singing Go to Bobies and making up a song. And then we'd finally get you to sleep and you still wouldn't sleep in your bed. You wanted to just sleep in that chair, which she did for a long time.
Okay. Am I a good girl?
You are now. If you'd asked me like about how many years ago?
10?
Yeah? I'd have said no, definitely not. But now you are.
I'm a good girl.
You're a very good girl now.
Thank you.
You are. I mean, you have your moments when you're a bit moody and tired, but you're a good girl.
I'm a good girl.
You're a good girl.
I'm a good girl.
Good girl.
It's true.
In fact, we get on very well.
I don't think we've ever got on better than
No, we
now.
do. We do.
Yeah.
Good wife. Yeah. You are, isn't it?
Oh no, she's reading chat. It's dangerous.
Why is it dangerous?
I don't know.
Oh, it's too fast for me though. I can't even read it. All I can see is some laughing faces and.
They're doing padding right now.
Oh, is that patting?
Yeah, they've got a bunch of different moves. Look.
I thought you'd stopped everyone patting.
Oh, I stopped them from like padding the model on the screen.
Oh, right.
They can still look. There's a padding in the chat. But they just have to do it on the screen. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, next. What is it like to randomly hear Banshee screams? Have you ever been woken up by sound of streaming?
Yes. Most nights. Well, most nights except for on this big one now. You haven't woken me up at all. But normally, yes. I just hear these random screams or banging around or that song. What is that song you sing? What is it? Shadow, what is it?
Like California?
California. Oh, the amount of times I'm going to the toilet or anywhere and I hear you singing that.
Will you sing it with me?
No. That is one thing I'm not doing.
She won't sing with me.
But yes, to answer your question, I often get woke up.
Okay.
To the point where I have nearly, I think I've told you this before, came into you and nearly said we should shut the hell up. But I've stopped myself.
Okay, do I do my chores?
No. Never. You do no chores. Let's look around this space we're in now. Do you do chores?
Sometimes. And look, I've been streaming for 7 days straight.
Yeah. Okay, but you don't always stream for 7 days straight and you still don't do chores.
Yeah, but if I did my chores, then when you come to me and you say, what new jobs for me to do?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's just carry on as we are.
Okay. She does my chores for me. I don't need to do them. Duh.
Like when I cleaned under the bed?
Yeah, she cleaned under my bed. She's so nice.
Might need cleaning again soon.
Stop looking. Don't look. Okay, now we're on to you. We're done with the little streamer section here. On to you. This is the you section. So, what do you like to do in your spare time? Go on. They wanna know a little about you.
Go shopping.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I know.
Today I went bowling.
She went bowling.
And I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I haven't been bowling for years.
You're good at it.
I am.
Really?
I got a strike.
With those noodle arms.
What's up with my arm?
Chat makes fun of me for having noodle arms, but your arms are like the same as mine.
Oh. Noodles together.
Noodles together.
And the willow tree.
Yeah. He's a willow tree now. Is that the type of tree he is?
Is that not what he was?
He was the forest tree, but he
Oh, the forest tree!
he's canonical now. Now he's a willow tree.
The forest tree. He,
Lore dropped. New lore just dropped. New lore just dropped. Write this down.
What's this mean?
Lore, like... Guys, how do I explain lore? It's like information. Like, new information for the story.
Oh!
So it's like a new information drop, like backstory, yeah, like backstory.
What's the new information?
That he's a willow tree. Before he was just a forest tree, now we have new information on him.
Oh, he's a willow tree. Oh, he's just a tree in the forest, and now I've explained that he's a willow tree.
Yeah, there you go.
Will he always be a willow tree now?
Yeah, he is. He's a willow tree.
Okay, well, the willow tree cannot bowl. That's a new
No,
drop.
no, he told me. He told me that he cannot bowl.
No, but he told me he could bowl.
But you can.
I mean, I like going to get my nails done.
Yeah.
It sounds very vain, but it's not. I just like doing these
I told them
things.
you're like a bimbo.
Oh.
In a nice way, nice way. Like, it's
I like chilling with you.
Yeah, I like chilling with you.
No, and I'm not just saying it because I'm sat here with you. You know, I really enjoy them days we have. That's my favourite thing to do.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm
Eating freaky fish.
Freaky fish, yeah.
Freaky fish are really good.
They are really good. Is that a hobby? Is that class? I don't think it's a hobby. I don't think eating freaky fish is a hobby.
Can be.
Okay.
I thought a hobby is just something you enjoy doing. I don't really like that question. Because I don't really have hobbies and then I sound really boring. I just like... what? See, I don't read. I don't like.
You do spell though. You do spell.
Oh, let's not talk about the spelling. You lot all make fun of my spelling. In fact, I'm not writing anymore. Shocking.
No.
I said this to Gran. There's no spellings on this
Ruining my life.
questions, is there?
Okay, right. How do you spell banana?
Oh! Is this a question?
It is. Yeah, okay. Don't look at chat. Covering chat.
I'm not looking.
She's not looking. How do you spell banana?
B-A...
She's writing in the air right now.
You can't tell everyone that. I can't spell. I've just never been able to spell.
It's endearing. They think it's cute. The monster's just eating everyone who tells you how to spell.
B-A-N...
Yeah?
A-N... N-A. Am I right?
Almost.
It's only got one N.
It's only got one N.
And that's the bit I always get confused on. And I was like, do I give it an N or not? And I shouldn't have done. I'll remember next time.
Close.
Banana.
How do you spell waffles? This is a good one.
W-O-F-F-E-L-S. Stop it! That's how I spell waffles.
Look, this thing is cute. How do you spell croissant?
Oh, don't!
Final round.
See, this word's really tricky. It's one of them words where I don't even know where to start. It's that tricky. And when I made a mistake, Google actually told me that was how you spell it.
I think you just messed it up so bad that when you tried to search the word, it gave you something else.
See, I spelled it with a Q.
Q, okay.
I now know it's a C.
You know it's a C, okay.
Oh no! Hang on! What was that little saying we had?
Not telling you.
so hard, this word.
You can do it.
No. C.
Yes.
R.
Yes.
O.
Yes.
S.
Okay.
Because it was crossy I.
Okay.
Crossy ants. That was it. A-N-T-S. Is that right?
It was closer than the last time you tried to spell it.
That is how you told me to remember it. Crossy ants.
No, I told you to remember croissants.
No, crossy ants. Cross.
C-R-O-I-S-S-A-N-T-S.
Crossy ants.
The I goes before the S's.
Right, should we just move on?
Okay. Okay, new Lord drop. Croissant has been this is how you spell it.
Do you know what though? To be fair, croissant should begin with a Q.
It's, you know whose fault this is? The French. Here in my stream, we hate the French.
What if there's a French person on there?
It's discrimination. They have to deal with it. It happens.
Oh yeah.
We actually usually censor the word like this. So.
Oh, why don't you like the French?
Because
I thought you like everyone.
Not the French. Sorry guys, we're swearing. We're swearing a whole lot. Usually I beep it up.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, I'll beep it out for you. You wanna try?
Mm.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
French.
Oh fuck, let's do it. Try again. 3, 2, 1.
French.
Okay, that should have worked. Did it work?
What have we just done?
Perfect, great, okay. I censor the word. You know, like on TV when you're not supposed to swear and someone swears, it goes beep.
Yeah.
We just did that.
Ah, so they'll hear. Oh, so
They'll hear you beeping.
When I say French, it'll.
Not anymore. Sorry, I have to press the button.
French.
No, you got it.
French. Will it just hear me?
Yeah, probably. Oh dear. Okay, let's move on from the F word.
How funny that these are all real people.
They're not real.
Oh.
They're robots. They're only pretending to be real. Don't listen to their lies and slander.
Can I stay here all night? I like reading all these messages.
She's addicted to streaming. Okay, what is your favorite movie of all time?
Oh. Quite a hard question.
That's okay. It's kind of tough because there's too many different types of movies.
The one that really comes to my head.
Okay.
It's not like the sort of film that we like to watch.
We only watch slasher movies.
We do. They're not. That's not my favourite. It's probably Dirty Dancing.
I've never seen it.
Oh my god! Really?
Yeah.
Should we watch that?
We can watch that. Yeah, we'll watch our next movie.
I can't believe you've never seen it.
Really?
That's the film I love. That's the film when it's on telly or anything and I'm like, oh, I've got to watch it.
It's an old people movie.
Not really.
Okay.
And it has the best songs in it.
Okay.
And you'll love it.
I believe you.
I just can't believe you haven't watched it.
Why
are you laughing at telly?
British in it.
Did they not say
British
telly?
in it. Proper British. Can you say England?
England.
No. Not England. England.
England.
Thank you. Yes.
Why?
Correct. It's a joke. England. Tuesday. Can you say it's Tuesday, innit?
It's Tuesday, innit? What are you doing?
Can you say bottle of water?
Don't know if I can. Bottle of water. Bottle of water.
Okay. It's an internet meme about the way British people say things.
Bottle of water.
Yeah, there you
Water.
go. Yeah. Okay. Real.
Only British people say telly.
Yeah.
What's everyone else called it?
TV.
What's the difference? Telly.
It's completely different. Telly. TV. Watching the telly, innit?
It's quite funny when you think about it, isn't it?
Television. That's like a boomer thing. Who says television? Oh yes, I'm about to watch the television.
How old's Boomer?
A boomer is like anyone older than you.
Oh.
This applies to anyone, by the way, not you specifically. To me, a boomer is anyone older than me.
Oh right.
That's a joke. I'm feeding you misinformation. That's a joke. Okay, a boomer is technically, like, if you want to be correct, a boomer is someone who is a baby boomer, which is like 55 plus, I think. But the joke on the internet is that anyone older than you are is a boomer. Okay, so if you see an old person, you can just call them a boomer. Like, to me, you are a boomer. Yeah. But in reality, you are not a boomer. You are a millennial. Yeah. It's not confusing.
And what are you?
A zoomer. Okay, what's your favorite holiday?
I haven't been on that many holidays.
No, not like physical holiday, like...
The best holiday I had is
like,
when...
No, in the... wrong type of holiday.
Oh!
Yeah, like Christmas.
Oh!
Christmas, Easter, birthdays.
Yeah, right. No birthdays are a holiday.
Your birthday is a holiday. Okay.
I'd say Christmas, but only once it gets to Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Because I don't like the run up to Christmas.
You get scary. You get scary now at Christmas.
I get really stressed at Christmas. And do you know what? It's coming. Christmas is the best holiday.
She's coming. You know who's coming? They're throwing her out of the ice block.
Who?
Mariah Carey. You put your ear to the ice block, you can fade the hair.
National Mariah Carey Day. Don't we have there?
Yeah.
Christmas is the best holiday, but it's also the most stressful.
True.
Once Santa's been.
Yes, once Santa's been.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good when Santa's been.
With the ruby wine.
Yeah.
The tree. Yeah.
Yeah.
But very stressful. Very stressful with 3 little critters.
3 little critters.
2 bigger critters.
What is your favorite song?
Favorite song? I'm just thinking right now.
You can think, that's okay. Nobody will stop you.
Isn't it funny when you get asked these questions and
Yeah.
you haven't really got an answer?
Favorite song. Speak for at least 20 hours and 40 minutes. We'll just say it's okay.
I don't think I have a favourite song.
You don't have one.
Like, there's loads of songs that come on and I think, oh, I love this song. I don't think I have a song that's my favourite. Like, do you have a favourite song? I don't really have a favourite song.
Not just one. Who's your favorite, like,
singer?
Yeah.
I love all Ed Sheeran songs.
Ed Sheeran. That is such a Zoomer pick. You're not allowed to do that.
Zoomer? Is that what I am?
No, that's what I am.
Are you a Zoomer?
I'm a Zoomer. You're
I
a
kind
millennial.
of like Ed Sheeran.
Because that's like something that like 15-year-olds like.
No, they don't. That isn't true. You're wrong. And what? And I did like Bruno Mars, but then I just the little.
The donating so that the timer goes up and you have more time to think.
Aren't they so thoughtful?
So kind, yeah.
Yeah. Who else do I like? And then, do you remember when we used to be in Granddad's car and he always had Smooth on?
Yeah.
And all the old songs come on and I used to make fun of him and say, why do you always listen to Smooth?
Yeah.
But I like all them old songs.
Yeah, me too. Bangers.
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 Bangers and mash.
No, bangers as in music.
Is bangers and mash just a British thing?
Mhm.
Yeah, I like all the cheesy old things that, like all the 80s songs
Yeah,
and
me
stuff
too.
that you can sing along to. That is why you'll like Dirty Dancing.
Okay, sounds good. We will watch it once I escape from this purgatory. What about how do you feel about Britney Spears?
I love Britney.
Oh yeah, let's go bass. We were talking about how Britney Spears was like the first time I looked at a girl and was like, wow, she's so pretty.
She is so pretty.
She is so pretty. Like, and specifically Britney, as in, we decided the best Britney, and by we I mean I. The best Britney is Britney Spears in Toxic. You know when she's on the plane and she's wearing the flight attendant outfit? That's the best Britney.
Britney's got a new song.
Has she?
With Elton John.
Wow.
I like Elton John too.
Do you like Elton John? You like?
Yeah. Yeah, I love Britney.
We love Britney, huh? This is now the Britney Spears fan club. Let's go. Okay, what's your favorite color?
Pink.
Pink. What type of pink?
Well, it used to be hot pink, but, you know, like really bright pink.
Yeah.
But now, I kind of like the pink that's bright but light.
Bright but light.
Do you know what I mean? It's like stands out.
Lighter than this.
Oh yeah, that's not the right pink.
That's not the right pink.
Like, maybe like that.
Yeah, she likes light pink, like really light pink but saturated. Soft, yeah, soft.
Yeah.
Very nice.
You know, and but it stands out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's bright but light.
Bright but light.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. What is your favorite pizza topping? We established that you now hate mushrooms. For no reason.
Pineapple.
Pineapple bait. Well, next question is, how do you feel about pineapple on pizza?
I love it.
Let's go.
And the willow tree. Yes. He's got something up with it because he doesn't think pineapple belongs on a pizza.
They don't like. Some of them think you're cool. Some of them are going crazy. Yeah, we're getting political in here now. This is divisive. Okay.
You can't beat pineapple.
You
on
cannot.
Pizza.
You cannot.
There's nothing better.
Nothing better. It's the best. Yep. Based. They're calling it based.
Do you know what is really nice that I have sometime when I go with some friends and that?
Yeah.
Ham. I know you wouldn't have ham, but you could have fake ham.
Okay.
And pineapple and sweet corn. That is so
nice. That does
nice.
sound good. That sounds good.
really good.
Yeah. Do you like thick or thin crust pizza more?
Thin.
Then it's really hard. I like it when it's thin and like crispy, but then sometimes you just want to eat the dummy thick pizza.
Yeah. See, if we were getting Domino's or a real takeout one, I like it thicker.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I like the thin one, but if it's too crispy, sometimes you can't even
Bite into it, immediately snaps your teeth into 10,000 pieces.
Yeah.
Classic.
I do love pizza.
Pizza's good. What about
beans on pizza? Someone crazy in your chat.
not as bad as cheesy beans?
Oh, you haven't said about the cheesy beans.
So,
no privacy here.
No privacy here. How do you feel about having tens of thousands of in-laws?
It's so good.
51,938 in-laws.
Wow. That's a lot of birthday presents I'm gonna get.
Let's go! March 31st, put it in the calendar.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a lot of son-in-laws.
Do you think Chad is cute?
Yeah, it's so cute.
Cute.
I love it.
And the very fated question. Are you single?
Am I single?
Are you single?
Why do they want to know that?
Because they're disloyal to me.
Aww.
Isn't that sad?
That's so sad.
So sad.
I'm single.
She's single. Yeah. Okay, next I have to ask you what your opinion of baby time is. I'm gonna show you what baby time is.
Oh, that's good, because I ain't got it.
It's okay, it's very obscure. 1 second. Baby time. Baby time. Baby time.
Oh.
Baby time. Let's get into the beginning. Okay, here you go. You're about to experience baby time. Okay, have an airplane. You're gonna wait. There you go. Thank you. Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
You're emotionally prepared.
Baby, 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 baby,
Is this a song?
baby, 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 baby,
A real song?
Yeah, it's the best song ever made. Baby, 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 baby,
baby, baby, baby, baby,
Is this it?
baby,
Yeah?
baby, baby, baby,
How long
baby,
for?
baby, baby, baby,
Well,
baby,
this
baby,
specific
baby,
version
baby,
isn't
baby,
out.
baby, baby,
That
baby,
is
baby,
ridiculous.
baby, baby,
What do you think of baby
baby,
time?
baby, baby,
What?
baby,
How do you even know it exists?
baby, baby,
Baby, baby, baby, baby, baby.
baby, baby, baby,
Cat loves
baby,
it.
baby, baby,
Look,
baby,
look at this.
baby,
Baby, baby, baby, baby, baby, baby, baby,
Oh
baby.
my word, they're all crazy.
baby, 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 baby,
Why?
baby, baby,
Funny.
baby, 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 baby,
Do you not think it's funny?
baby,
No.
baby, baby,
Okay.
baby, baby.
I think it's annoying.
I'm offended.
I'm sorry, but
Alright, that's rude. So mean. So mean. Alright, next up. Have you heard me do my deep, sexy lady voice? I'm sure I've done it at some point.
can you do it now, Ryan?
Hello there, mother.
Oh my god! I heard that! Do it again! Do something else!
Hello there.
Oh, I don't like it! That scares me! It doesn't sound like you! Oh, don't! It scares me!
What's wrong? What are you afraid of?
Oh no, don't! That's me a tingly feeling. Stop it! I don't like it! It doesn't sound like you! you've been possessed. I don't like it. It's scary. That's weird. You've never done that before.
I'm sure I've done voices.
You haven't. That's so weird. Say something else.
Something else.
Oh no! Don't say out else. Oh god. Do you do that voice?
In some videos I do stuff like that. I do voices.
Has Fran heard that voice?
I think so.
That's so weird. That is so bizarre. How do you even do that?
Practice. Okay, well, I was sure I'd done it before, but okay. So there's this thing in anime. You know what anime is, don't you?
Yeah, like the little people, like your person.
Yeah, the little people, like my person. So there's this thing that sexy ladies say in anime. You know, like the sexy, seductive ladies with massive boobs that are like bigger than the head, they say in anime. And the translation is roughly my oh my, like oh my, okay? And typically there's a lot of mothers that do this in anime, like sexy mothers. So I'll do it first. You go.
Edit.
Ada. Can you say it?
Say it again.
Edit.
Why are you saying it like that?
You have to be sexy.
Oh!
Now, as my mother, this gives you the authentic MILF factor. You know what a MILF is?
Yeah. I know what a MILF is.
Okay, it's real, so... Can you say it?
Just tell me how you say it one more time.
Ada.
Ada. Ada.
No, it's Ada. Like Ara.
Ara.
Say it with feeling. Say it with emotion.
Is that right though? Ara.
Yeah, but like less of an accent. Like
Edit.
Ada.
Yeah! Do it again, closer.
Oh, I don't know. Do it again. I've forgotten what the word is.
Ada.
Is that right?
Yeah!
Yay!
So you're a natural. Wow. Wow, okay. You guys are so welcome. Now, wow. They wanted me to show you a clip of me, to ask your opinion. This is one of the most infamous clips of me. And basically what happened was, I was trying to figure out how to say a word on stream, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was I searched up how the word was pronounced, and then I had text-to-speech say the word, okay?
Okay.
And when text-to-speech said the word, it was a male voice. Which obviously that is just not acceptable. A male.
I thought there were no males on.
No males on the stream, exactly. No males on the stream. So when obviously I had a little bit of a meltdown, as any pure person would. This is the only acceptable thing to do. So if you'd like me to show you this video. This is just an average occurrence in my stream, okay?
Okay.
Just so you know, let me check the words. Yeah, Mama. I was trying to say exorbitant. Exorbitant. Yes.
Exorbitant.
Okay, here you go. Take a listen. Let's listen together.
Okay.
I think we need to swap it for
Oh.
Okay.
Exorbitant.
There you go. Exorbitant. Be expensive.
Exorbitant.
Exorbitant.
Oh, don't you sound really cute?
No, bros! No, Shadow Bros, no! This is so sad! normal Becoming number one hater. It's not filing divorce. I will see you in the mail. Sorry, Shauna. Bye-bye. Everyone left the stream.
This is really...
Cocked. Please on my stream.
Oh. Oh. Doesn't it look just like
Is it out of our system now? How do you feel about this video?
I think it's so cute.
This is not the typical reaction to Bill on stream.
It's your little voice getting all upset.
Okay, that's an unusual reaction, but alright.
How did you expect me to feel?
I don't know, be like afraid or something.
I'm afraid.
Okay.
I liked it.
She liked it. Okay.
You look very sad on it though.
Yeah, very sad.
Oh, what's this music?
Oh, you're hearing the notification sounds now.
Oh.
What's this?
Doesn't it look just like you?
Sad.
Looks so like you.
That's kind of the point. There we go. That is everything, I think.
Oh, we're done.
Yeah, we're done. Is there anything you would like to say to my chat?
I'd say thank you for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Thank you.
I had fun.
You had fun, I'm very glad.
I thought it was going to be really scary, but
Not scary.
it's not scary.
It's not scary. Yeah. Look there. They're saying goodbye.
Aww. Oh, they're so cute.
They're cute, aren't they? Aren't they the best?
They are. They're very cute until they make fun of my spelling.
This is my experience. I'm like, wow, I love you, chat. And then they bully me for something. And I don't like them anymore.
Aww. Should I let you get back to it?
Yeah.
Should I make you a cup of tea now?
I would like that, yes, please.
Does anyone else want one?
She asked if you want a cup of tea. Do you want a cup of tea?
Wow, I'm gonna be making all my son-in-laws like cups of tea.
There's a lot of tea to be made.
Cup of tea and a slice of cake.
Cup of tea and a slice of cake.
Aww. Should I knock when the tea's ready?
Yeah, knock when it's ready. Thank you. Thank you for being interviewed. Oh, space limited. There you go.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
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 That'll be in my head now.
She did it on her way up. What do you guys think of my mama? Now you've met her. Thanks, mommy. Corrupted her. You corrupted my mama. Thank you guys for being so nice to her. I told you she's great. I told you. She added you. Wow. Wow. Oh gosh. That wasn't as bad as I was expecting. It could have been worse. Glad you guys liked it. She thought you guys were cute. Yeah. Once I realized she wasn't gonna like explode, it was fun. There we go. Alright. It was fun. It was fun. It didn't feel like an hour. Didn't feel like an hour. Yeah. She doesn't have a Twitch account. She's my mama. She's my mama. She's quite innocent. I mean, all she saw was you guys sending heart emotes. Yeah, being nice. Yay! Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. I hope it was worth it. She did very good. I was expecting her to freeze up a little more. But yeah, she did very good. Yeah, I'm gonna thank everyone. Don't worry, I'm glad of that. Thank you guys. Yeah, I think we reached some goals also. Yeah, let me see. And we're past $30. Let me see. Thank you guys for being nice to her. Thank you. Ah! Yeah. Yeah, of course I did too. Of course I did too. But yeah, I'm glad. Yeah. Glad you guys are nice. Yeah. I did bring a hag on the stream though. That's okay, right? She's the best. I told you guys she's the best. Yeah, Mama's done can, that's true. But accent got more noticeable, maybe. She nailed the Anna. Crazy, right? She did definitely tell some deeds. Yeah. Yeah, my possessed voice, she didn't like it. I was sure I've showed her before. I was sure I've showed her voices before. British. Yeah, she said it on her own. She enjoyed it so much. We converted her. We turned her into a weirdo. Corrupted my mother. Congrats. Congratulations. One of us. Yeah. We got new door. Forestry's not a willow tree. That's cool. I was worried she was gonna dox me. She sort of doxed me a little, but that's okay. Think about the alcohol. Yes, I'm old enough to buy alcohol. Amazing, I know. Yes, I get ID'd. Yeah, 12. True. Guys, I did drinking students. How do you think I got it? You know, I have to order it to drink it, right? Who do you think orders the groceries? Me? Yeah, fake ID and a gun. But if the forestry opens the door to the delivery, he doesn't get ID'd. And he's young enough to where he cannot legally buy alcohol. I get ID'd, he doesn't. It was mean of her to call me a baby. That was mean. That was mean. That was mean. She's very cute, that's true. Why don't you do chores? Because I'm too busy. And okay, she comes into my room all the time and says, you got any jobs I can do? And I say, if you need money, I'll just give you money. And she's like, do you have any jobs I can do? She insists that she worked for the money. Yeah, she can stream now too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, isn't it crazy that a Twitch partner is old enough to buy alcohol? I know, shaking. I don't know if I'll bring her back again. In my hair now and again, maybe. Maybe I won't mute when she wants to come in the future. Not so much anyway. Yeah, we kind of take care of each other. Yeah. I can't believe she really did it. No, I'm 3. I'm 3, that's untrue. And that's untrue. But I'm glad she likes the lecture. I'm glad of him well. I was worried she would get too nervous or something. Yeah. Yeah. Where's my tea? Did she lie to me? Did she lie to me? She just laughed, yeah, she went and exploded. She went and exploded. Yeah, that's true, she's making it for everyone. I needed that off steam. Come in! Hello. What is...
Party rings.
Party rings.
Celebrate.
Celebrate. Did you have one?
Yes.
Okay, have another.
No, I've got some down. They're for you.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye. She brought me party rings. She brought me party rings. Or a party rings, they're like biscuits covered in ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing sight.
Sorry, Mina.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing sight.
No! I'm late now. I'm late now. So good. I will figure out what we're up to in terms of goals. And I will thank everyone properly. Thank you. Blah. You guys went crazy. Thank you. Was worth every penny. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. She was very nervous right before we brought her in. She was really excited for it, and then she got really nervous. 9,092. Should we hit live to the outfit? Please don't let her read comments. She did. She was reading the chat. She's not here anymore. Yeah, I think she did great. That sucked. Cody rings in the chat. I think she did great for her first one. Yeah. Yeah, chat was nice. Thank you. We see what you expected. We see what you expected. Or not. Yeah, 9,000 What? She's super chill. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Video later on our channel. I'll upload them on my interview separately. Yeah, she's very nice. She's very nice. You guys know who I'm talking about when I talk about her now. Chat chooses serious ASMR video. Yeah, thank you a lot. Thank you. Appreciate it. I do think though, now that we're nearing the end, once we hit the last goal, I'll probably cap the subathon and not let any more time be added. Kinda disappointed. I think they were a good class since. What's wrong with them? I didn't want to ask her anything super edgy and have her be on edge. It was her first time ever on the stream. Yeah, I think there's none. She was a good co-host, yeah. I don't want to take too much money from you guys when I don't have any big goals left, so yeah. It is too hot. I cannot drink it. Yeah, I think she had fun. I think she liked it. Yeah. What's the descent though? That's for me to know and you to find out. Let's see. Yeah, next goal. 15,000 goal, 15,000 goal. I bring Shadow Mama back for 3 seconds. Yeah, the problem is I've been too worried for giving up too much personal information. Maybe one day. Already, Sheila. She did make a few slip-ups, but it was nothing major, so that's okay. Yeah. I definitely had a lot of fun with you guys. She didn't react the way I thought she would to some things, to be fair. So I learned more about Mama. Mama's in the live 2D video. Mama's in my mama. I'm sad she didn't like baby time. It's tragic. Yeah, baby time did not get enough respect. I think baby time deserves more respect, personally. Baby Thomas base is never base. I really didn't think that she would actually come on the stream though. I was kind of afraid. Now she just wouldn't want to. Yeah, she knew about Subathon. Yeah, I'm sad she wouldn't sing with me. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Good night, Melissa. Good night. So we're gonna have to think about the new costume, huh? Yeah, I didn't even know I did that in my sleep. I don't know. I don't know if that's better or worse. I mean, if I was on a stream for the first time and my cringe baby daughter asked me to sing, I would tell her to shut the fuck up too. That's it, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, when my throat itches, that's what I do. I don't think... I know I do it sometimes by myself. But I didn't think that it was something that I did when I was asleep. I don't know why my throat would be itching while I'm asleep. Yeah, I'm looking what you guys were up to. And she shouldn't come in my room. Yeah, I swear. I didn't expect her to call me a baby though. Okay, that's it. I don't snore. She literally just confirmed I don't snore. Where were we? Yeah, she confirmed pretty. I did call her a bimbo, but I said it was a compliment. She has a bimbo. I asked her where the hobbies are, and she said she likes to get her nails done and go shopping. Thought into that. Thank you for that tiny gift sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mwah, 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 mwah. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. Tim, thank you for 8 months. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Entropy of Desire, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. Miguel Amanda, thank you for the 4 months. Parkless, thank you for 500 bits. Thank you. Mwah. And Conscript Yuki, thank you for the dance on. Thank you. Mwah. Monkey Voodoo, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Mwah. 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 Thunderclip, thank you for 1,000 bits. Mwah. Mwah. You like her accent? It's pretty strong, isn't it? That's Void, thank you for the 100 bits. Shadowman is based. The amount of money we spent was definitely worth it. She is pretty based, TBH. She's pretty based. I do appreciate that she played along. She had no clue what out of us. Maybe this is where I get it from. Aw. But Aqua Confident, thank you for the bits. Who the frick is Acumen? Get out of here. Icky Bit, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Look, I am a good housewife. Yeah, chronically online accent. Monkey Voodoo, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Sea Vapor, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. Mwah. Lawsuit Senpai, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Ultima Diego, thank you for the gift sub. Mwah. Silent, thank you for 5 gift subs. Mwah, mwah. Thundercliff, thank you for 5,000 bits. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just outsource my work. Easy peasy. Give more time to think, yeah. Yeah, I'm just on the grind set. That's all. First Vodka Bear, thank you for getting a sub. Thank you. Davis, thank you. Sammy, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Selma, thank you for the sub. Star Master, thank you for 25 gift subs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wait, I got a message. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm letting you cross in 1 second. Kind of switches around. About 100 words per minute. Let's see. Almost done. Sorry. No, I usually just use my pointer fingers. I think I use my thumb a little bit. Now that I'm looking, but mostly just my fingers. Yeah. Yeah, but the typing on a keyboard thing was before before I had a computer, which means that the typing was on a laptop in the survey video. So it's old. It was nice, by the way. She didn't make it for you. I'm sorry. Holy frick, Dutch boy, thank you for 100 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Widow, thank you for subscribing. Dutch boy, thank you for the bits. Torquan, thank you for 50 guest subs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mwah. 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 Thank you very, very much. Wow. 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 Sound the kissing one, maybe. good plan. Thunderclap, thank you for the 5,000 bits. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Get your mama to give us a kiss. Ah, I should have done that. I should have done that. She would have. Yeah, I'm not in very extreme warrior respect. Thank you, Thunderclips. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. I will tell her. Don't worry. She'll come say goodnight to me before I go to bed. For she goes to bed. It's not an email, I'm just replying to Discord messages. I don't know how many reward and punishment there are. Yeah, I'll tell her the 2 is good. She said goodnight to you, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, you wake up for 4 days straight with a timer that's stuck at 69 hours. You do go a little insane. It does have 250k bits. What the? How is that possible? Almost done. Just one more. Sorry, guys. It will not come back. It's not possible for it to, because I think I'll probably cap the Subathon if we hit the 10k goal. Yeah. Messages, man. Pile them up. Yeah. Yeah, even the eternal sleepover has in. Yeah. But probably what I'll do, I think. Probably what I'll do is just make it so the timer doesn't go up anymore once we hit 10k. So the timer cannot go up or down. Yeah, and then we'll end whenever it hits 0. Yeah. I got some updates on exciting things. Okay. Alrighty enough. Okay, I'm done. Thank you guys for being super patient. I will catch up on this. Oh, Sonic, thank you for 2,000 bits. Thank you. Mwah, mwah. Oh, Dude Hole, thank you for the bits. Thank you. That Leprechaun, thank you for subscribing. That Store, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Sam the Dutch boy's gonna. Why is he bullying you? Why is he bullying you? Louis. What are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? So, plan for the rest of today. Okay, what I think we'll do. Okay, what I think we'll do is not back time yet. I'm hungry. So what we're gonna do is watch some more funny conspiracy video. I'm not mommy. Watch funny conspiracy video. And Shadow Mama. See Shadow Mama. We watch funny conspiracy video. Yeah. And I'm gonna go get my food because we got takeout. We got pizza from the one place that freaking delivers here. Mama talked about Domino's, and that made me want freaking Domino's, but we haven't had it in forever. No transport. Yeah, no, I see. We gotta watch more of the funny conspiracy. Yeah, pineapple pizza. Funny conspiracy video. And then after funny conspiracy video, maybe play a little bit of the quarry. Just bake your own. Nah. You did it for me. And then after that, black time, then chili Charlie. Yeah. Free advertisement. See, I was afraid. There were things I was cautious about, like I was afraid she was gonna say the name of the pizza place. Because it's a local place. Might be cold. That's fine because, hot food tastes weird to me. So, it doesn't bother me.
Joe, straight from Alex Jones.
Okay, so I'm gonna go powder my nose, get pizza. On stream. Not again. Gonna go get pizza. And then I'll be back. Yeah. I'll be like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah. I'll put clippy clips on for you. Clippy clips for you. Clippy clips for you. Wait. yeah. Are you Farnacle okay? Are you okay? Do you need like a hug or something? Are you It's been running the Subathon. Did you drop your wallet? Stop. Thank you. Oh, have fun to me. Peace and sun. Father Naka, thank you. Holy Frick, thank you. Thank you. Mwah, 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 Holy frick, thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I think we had it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, be right back then. Hold on us. Oh wait, we don't need the sound of Mama Thunder anymore. Powder nose. Get phone. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll be back. Yeah. I get the feeling this is not good. Can't hurt me. Yeah. Yep, I accept it. I'm not gonna get scared because I know what's coming. So it's fine. It's fine. Hi. Hello. He said it back. Hi. Yeah. Hello. My earliest real memory is getting shoved into a wall and then passing out, sitting in the dark and crying. Why am I laughing? Oh yeah, I don't know if everyone saw it, but I may be sponsored by Fortnite. And honestly, I think it's memeable enough that I can make it content. Cause like I did play Fortnite without being forced. Without being forced? Yeah! I was not forced to play Fortnite. I did it of my own volition. Can we kiss in Fortnite? Maybe. Can I? Fortnite car! Fortnite car! Fortnite car! Ah! Fortnite car! Fortnite car! Fortnite car! This music's so dramatic. Why? Pathological, very real fact. Did you know that even though there is at least 7 Fortnite players, only 2 of them are actually good at it? The 2 people that are good at it is me and Ninja.
The fuck you say to me?
So if you get killed in Fortnite, it's either me or Ninja. Flip a coin. If you ever thought that there were more than 7 people in your Fortnite at once, it was a robot.
Fine shot, mate.
Hello everyone, welcome to my Fortnite stream. Are you emotionally ready to Fortnite? I'm not. I think I need a little more time. Gaming channel then. This is the gaming channel. I'm Shadow Gaming, don't you see that? We're literally playing Fortnite. The Fortnite parasite is now inside of my PC. It's real. Oh, we gotta buy a battle pass.
Fortnite battle pass. I just
Drop in on load.k. Stay inside the eye of the storm. Deadly clouds are closing in. Not scary. That's on Shining Winds. There can only be one. Okay, I'm on the battle bus. Now what? Where are we dropping, boys? I'm scared!
I believe I can fly.
Striker burst rifle. What is this? Oh, we sniping. Okay, this sucks. Awesome. Friends? Any friends? Can I make friends with people in Fortnite? Can people be friends with you? Can we kiss? Fortnite car! Fortnite car! Fortnite car! Ah! Storm eye shrinking. What does that mean? I'm reloading, sir! Got him. I'm building, I didn't mean to build, I'm sorry! No! No, make it stop! Career. Thank the bus driver. How do I thank the bus driver? Thank you! That's awesome! What is the Fortnite lore? Would anyone like to tell me what the Fortnite lore is?
You didn't have to cut me off.
Need for a free hat? I hate Fortnite. No! No! Don't fuck with me! Number 1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite without a get down. They even did some music. Bum, 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 bum. Where are the friends? I will destroy them. Ah! want to vote. Vote. Pew. 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 That was a person. I thought I was a person. Ah! Oh, it is a person. It's not a fish. Can I kill you? Die! 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 Get out the boat! Die! Oh. For not boat. Ah! Be gone, woman. Hello, hi. I bring food. Food has been obtained. At the... Yes, thank you.
According to this theory, in 2016, elites kidnapped a bunch of children and sent them on a fake satellite launch that did not go to the International Space Station and instead sent them straight to Mars. These children, having no other option, became slaves to the few adults who were sent with them and are currently establishing a giant Mars colony in order to eventually be a home for the world's elites. So basically the movie The Martian, only a lot more sad. Tolkien is real is in reference to author J.R.R. Tolkien and his series Lord of the Rings. According to all of his friends and family, whenever Tolkien was in the military, he was really obsessed with history books. And not like standard curriculum history books like explorer logs of people like Vasco da Gama and Marco Polo. He got really into the Hollow Earth idea and the idea that around the world are these secret passageways to these underground utopias. He started reading on theories of people who lived very long time and had near flawless skin, of giants who lived underground, and he used all of that inspiration to put together to make Lord of the Rings, which is the reason the area in Lord of the Rings is called Middle Earth. So Lord of the Rings itself could be viewed as a collaborative edition of what Hollow Earth theory is, or at least Tolkien's point of view with it. And the reason this theory is called Tolkien is real is because if you believe in Hollow Earth theory, then the setting of the Lord of the Rings universe could be quite literal. Life on the sun is in reference to the idea that we only know life to exist as carbon-based life forms. However, there are theories that energy-based life could exist. This would be a life form so far out of our realm of understanding that we may never truly understand the implications of it. However, theories proliferate that nuclear molecules can lead to these reactions that would supposedly create something that is complex enough to be considered a life form itself, but not our carbon-based multicellular particles. A lot of the theories you read into this tie back to coronal heating, which I mentioned in the last episode, I believe, about how the sun doesn't quite work right for our understanding of thermodynamics around it. However, if there were to exist some form like that, that would imply a wider cohabitation everywhere in the universe and even on Earth. Because if energy life forms exist, what's it to say that they don't exist around us continuously? Hollow universe is a theory derived about the existence of our own universe using ideas of quantum mechanics. What's interesting about concepts such as gravity is that it seems to apply everywhere, that every concept of matter, no matter how small, has some sort of dimensional bend associated with it. And since every perceivable amount of matter in the known universe shares the same bend, it stands to reason that everything in existence would also have the same properties. The only time gravity is able to be seen in a situation like this is on the inside of a sphere or some item moving in a centrifugal manner. Therefore, this theory is saying that perhaps our universe is not an outward expanding mass as we think it is, but more so the inside of a sort of globe. This is why the theory is known as Hollow Universe theory, as it's essentially saying the way Hollow Earth works, that gravity is flipped and you can remain on the underside of the crust compared to how we normally see it, maybe our interaction with the universe is the same way. Proponents for this theory argue the Occam's razor principle, which is the idea that the most easy or likely solution to a problem is probably the correct one, by saying if matter in our universe works as if we are inside of a sort of sphere tumbling around, then perhaps that's what we are. Atom bomb never created is saying that the atom bomb was never created. A lot of the background behind this goes back to World War II, such as images like this that you may think are from Hiroshima or Nagasaki are actually from Tokyo, which was not nuked but firebombed, and any other evidence of nuked locations would simply be the same. This goes a bit further and says that the Cold War itself would have been faked in order for the United States and Russia to maintain more power amongst their people, and that the existence of the nuclear bomb itself is simply used as a facade in order to scare citizens into doing whatever their state requires of them. The Great Electronic Conspiracy is a sort of overarching conspiracy idea for how the New World Order will eventually take over, and it goes like this. During the Renaissance, metal was exchanged for paper money, which inherently has no value except whatever value is given to it by the state. This automatically makes the state more powerful since they have a say in what currency means. So move forward a few hundred years and you get to the modern age in which paper money is being exchanged for virtual currency. This is even less feasible since now we're just trading lines of code. So go a step further with that and say we will eventually get to the point that all paper money is phased out and the only thing that is actually of any value as given by public agencies is electronic data that is stored on either a card or a chip. Furthermore, it's saying that this will lead to a circumstance in which all of the world's banking power will consolidate together in order to create a system that entirely maintains this sort of e-commerce traffic that they've created. It will then get to the point that all forms of paper or physical data are no longer needed, and identification, health records, criminal records, and other forms of physical information will all be within the sphere of the digital world. The theory then finally says that after all this is completed, the New World Order will simply flip a light switch to turn off the power, and everyone will have to go back to a primitive lifestyle. But
let's go!
If you control everything, why would you get rid of
awesome.
it? It does hold more volition, however, that a small group of people could consolidate all this power and simply do away with whoever they want with the flip of a switch. Alright, so you guys know I hate this. There was one that I could find absolutely nothing for. If I meet the person who made this iceberg, I'm going to have words with him. The word is S-E-N, which may be an acronym, not sure. It's also a phrase in French, so all the search results were just that. I couldn't find any more information, but like I've said in the past, there's going to have to be a corrections video, so hopefully I can find something by then, but I am sorry that I have nothing for this. Please forgive. The problem with a lot of these is like I spend hours looking for it, and it's like, okay, well, do I just like make everyone wait to hear everything else for like another week while I try to figure this out, or do I just get out what I have and then I can roll back and make corrections on it later? So again, sorry, but hopefully this is the best option. Captivity Suburbs says that the suburbs themselves exist as a sort of prison for the average person. Basically, it's saying that whenever someone moves into a suburb, they are surrounded by people who encourage them to just be like themselves. And then from this sort of monolithic thought, that person or the individual stops becoming an individual and starts becoming part of a group, and therefore doesn't really affect anything in society. And through distractions and routine gets into this sort of comfortable place where they don't really want to affect or change things around them, and it builds the idea of letting other people take charge while they themselves just sort of exist. Not only that, but the suburb itself works as a sort of entrapment that if anyone tries to leave, they are actively discouraged. If not by their neighbors and family, then by themselves for not thinking they're following the golden standard. And according to the theory, it all contributes to the New World Order initiating a sort of lack of freedom in people, that they don't recognize the value that they themselves have, and therefore they fall into a lack of purpose, which of course allows larger bodies to take control, and lizard aliens come and take over the suburbs and yada yada. When this iceberg was written, Prism was probably a really big deal, but it's really sad to say that now it's just kind of accepted. Essentially, it was an NSA data collecting project that was signed after the Patriot Act, which just says that the government gets to listen in and track our data on sites we use in order to protect our freedoms or whatever they say. While for a while this was kind of seen as like a crazy weird conspiracy, Edward Snowden pretty much like rang the bell on that one. So yeah, moving on. Multiple Christ theory is a theory that in the biblical canon, the one Jesus Christ we read about is actually the result of several different individuals personified into one figure. There are several theories of who the true Christ could be or where the legends, as it says, comes from. However, one of the most common is that the figure of Paul is often misrepresented as Jesus or vice versa, or that Jesus never even existed and is a sort of social memory that a bunch of people kind of collectively had this delusion on and all remembered as being a person that existed despite not actually existing. DNA formed in the Big Bang is an alternative theory to the beginning of life. As it's commonly accepted, the Big Bang was a situation in which original molecules shot from each other, such as hydrogen, and eventually those formed together in order to create the original DNA strands that would inevitably create life, or DNA manufactured from RNA. You get the point. This, however, is saying that perhaps during the Big Bang enough energy was created that DNA was formed, so therefore life existed a whole lot sooner than the evolutionary timeline says. Kali Yuga, no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, is a part of the Hindu religion. According to the religion, the world exists in a cycle of 4 different yugas or periods of time. Or in other words, we're waiting for the return of a god figure to come back and save us, but in the meantime, society will progressively get worse. Some of the details included in this are moral decline, unnecessary taxation, a lack of godliness, rise of sexual immorality, and lack of reason. This Kali Yuga is seen as the reason by Hindus for the progressive decline of modern culture, or at the least, the progressive decline of morality in modern culture. AI in a Box is a thought experiment proposed by Eliezer Yudkowsky that goes something like this. If you were to build an AI that was either self-learning or had the potential to expand or become self-aware, it would make sense that you would want to build this thing in a box where it could not infect the greater internet. Therefore, the AI would be forever trapped within the box unless it could convince you otherwise. To propose this theory, Yudkowsky invented a sort of game off of the thought, I think a transhuman can take over a human mind through a text-only terminal. To do this, Yudkowsky assumed the role of the AI and speaking through only a text computer screen was able to convince people to release it into the greater web. Some of the rules for this game was he cannot directly threaten them or reward them. In other words, he can't say, I'm going to give you $1 million to let me out, or I'm going to hire a gang of hitmen to come to your house if you don't let me out. And he also couldn't trick the user into typing a phrase like, oh, you're released, and not actually mean it. It had to be a willing decision on the gatekeeper part. A lot of the tactics he employed in this was really interesting, such as Roko's Basilisk or other moral ambiguity questions. I'm probably going to make a video on it because the logs are pretty interesting of how he convinced people to let him out of the machine. Torsion fields are directly tied to the theory of quantum spin. As you guys get at this point, quantum mechanics has to do with really, really small things interacting on their own and how far that applies and yada yada yada. What this is saying is that if you can get items to behave in a quantum manner, then the spin or acceleration that they can produce is far greater than anything that has to deal with drag or gravity or other larger circumstances. This theory has been given as a solution from everything from UFO travel through the vacuum of space down to telepathy. It's essentially a proposed manner of how higher order mechanics could work if we could figure out how to use the smallest components possible of mechanics itself. Otto Gainsfeld or Otto Gonsfeld is an experiment used in order to judge someone's ESP capabilities. The experiment works like this. Someone lies in a chair in a red lit room to which a ping pong ball is cut in half and placed over each eye. Noise canceling headphones are then put on and white or pink noise, which is basically static, is played at a low frequency. This causes the user to experience mild visual and auditory hallucinations. Someone else who is in the room without saying anything will then try to think about a certain topic or thing or event or what have you, and then supposedly those who are ESP sensitive will be able to see that through the hallucinations that they are experiencing. After the test is over, the person with the ping pong balls in their eyes will then state to an observer what they saw, and the observer will determine how closely it matches to the other person's testimony. I kind of want to do this for a video, but I'm also scared. So Yeah, we'll see. PLOS stands for the Public Library of Science. This is a rather well-known database that specializes in genetics and other human genomes, and essentially works as a think tank or study group in order to better understand human genetics and other capabilities. However, what's weird is some of the solutions that they've come up with, such as different ethnicities of people having their genomes being traced back and being related to completely different groups of people on the other side of the planet than originally thought. Some of these results has led to odd questions about migratory patterns of previous existing people, and the theory even goes as far as to say as a lot of the data that they have has been censored by bigger space lizard people in order for us to not know who's really connected to who, or to go even deeper, the capabilities of some genes over others. The Valley of Headless Men is in reference to the Nahali National Park in Canada. The specific part known as the Valley of Headless Men is roughly 200 miles of almost completely unexplored forest. The main reason for it being, one side of the gorge can be entered in from a small village, and all other areas has to be accessed by helicopter. The earliest records of the Headless Men events occurring was in 1908 when two brothers entered the forest in order to build a gold mine. After not being seen for some while, they were both found next to a river with their heads removed. Also, the heads were never found. About a decade later, a timberman came in order to log the area, and the exact same thing happened. His body was found, and his head was not. In the entire history of the park, there's been roughly 44 cases of this happening. And while not all were headless, some included people freezing to death next to a lit campfire, or being found dangled in trees. 44 is a lot considering the low number of people who actually enter the region. Also keep in mind the Naha tribe, which was the Native American tribe that existed in the region before settlers came to the surrounding area, totally disappeared into the forest itself. Other surrounding native tribes have said that the forest itself is known to have evil spirits and that people should stay away. Theories range from everything that the forest itself is the home of the Bigfoot colonies, to the idea that the Naha tribe's spirits inhabit the forest and decapitate anyone who enters or kill them in some other gruesome way, or that it, along with Antarctica, is one of the few entrances on the surface of the planet to the hollow earth. Okay, so I feel like a fraud. Not only did I have one earlier with SEN that I couldn't find anything for you all, but I have two. I'm so sorry. Like I said earlier, some of these may just be disinfo, but even then I can normally find something for them. But this one, Arbutus Crucible, there was like nothing. There was a deleted Prezi presentation for a theory regarding the movie The Crucible and that it had connections to modern conspiracies. However, the Prezi has been deleted, so all I could see is the title. Also, Arbutus is a type of plant, specifically a family of plants that have to do with herbal medicines. So perhaps there's a connection between the play and the plant, but I can't find any. I feel like I'm close, but it's just enough that I can't say anything for sure, and I'm really sorry about that. I hope you all can forgive me. I'm such a sham. Morphogenic field is a concept that's pretty well known among biologists. Basically, if you have a community of cells that are interacted in some biochemical way, they will all at once begin to form or change their composition because of the effects of other cells that they're near. This theory says that humans work in the same manner. Think of it this way. It seems odd that whenever new information is discovered, say stories or poetry or other sort of melodic things, that people didn't think of it until it exists, and then all of a sudden everyone thinks of the same thing or similar at once. There's even an experiment conducted in England in the 1970s in which a group of school children were presented with two different songs. One of them being a random collection of Japanese words that just so happen to rhyme, and the other being an actual Japanese song. Of course, these children in an elementary school couldn't tell the difference between the wordage, and to them it both sounded the same. However, the children were significantly better at learning the actual song as opposed to the amalgamation of words. This is used as evidence to say that perhaps humans are linked in some kind of neural way that we don't necessarily understand, and because of that, whenever one of us gains knowledge, others are able to grasp it more easily. Malcasian paradigm is a concept taught by Dr. Malcasia. Specifically in the Middle East and North Africa, there were several events that took place during the 50s and post-World War II era that points to evidence that reptilian lizard men, and no, I'm not kidding this time, like actually hidden lizard men in politics, did very specific actions in order to maintain control of this so-called New World Order. Essentially things like moving troops to different areas and supposedly shutting down uprisings, and it's this long sort of description, and it basically serves as another description of blah 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 lizard aliens taking over. Brain world, similar to Hollow Universe, is another theory for how we exist. However, whereas Hollow Universe applied to our sort of physical reality, this applies more so to our existence within reality. The theory goes something like this. Imagine that everything that we see and is tangible to us exists as a kind of tube or cylinder that moves through the actual dimension of space. This space around us exists in a different plane or has extra dimensions or something similar, and creates a very different existence outside of what we know existence to be. This theory says that we are sort of protected in this tube that we move through, and things such as gravity are effects of us being within this cylinder. Furthermore, this is saying that several supernatural phenomena that can occur, and even gravity itself can sort of leak through the pipe that we're in, and that's what causes certain real-world occasions to happen. Gene pool financialization is an idea that was mainly taken off of the works of Sarah Franklin. Essentially, as cultures become more and more intertwined with each other, we see that certain genes are becoming more and more rare, and with the inevitable buildup of finances, it is the idea that eventually people will be paying for certain genetic alterations, and we will get into a point in which people are valued at a financial level for their genetics. The Flatland UFO theory comes from a book known as The Flatlands, which was written in 19th century England. It follows the idea of the holographic hypothesis, which works as a sort of antithesis to all of the theories we know regarding the greater universe around us. Holographic hypothesis basically works like this. There is no three-dimensional plane that we know as depth. Instead, there are only two dimensions, and depth and volume are an illusion. The background for this is as matter gets faster, it is less affected by the depth of things around it. Therefore, it could eventually hit the point in which it is not affected by it at all. And instead, dimensions that exist beyond ours are not the super hard to understand abstract concepts, and are more so like a painting. So that would mean that we exist as two-dimensional beings that are just going too slow, and therefore the two dimensions are creating this illusion of a third around us. So this theory is saying that things such as UFOs and other phenomena that can occur is simply something from this two-dimensional plane slowing down enough in order to interact with our three-dimensional world, to which they then speed up and then go back to their own, which is the reason for these things appearing and disappearing seemingly at random. Incunabula is the term given to the first ever printed works in human culture. This is basically things that were done right around the time or before Gutenberg invented the movable type printing press. However, the theories get in that some of these things shouldn't necessarily exist, such as works that were printed in a more difficult way in regions that supposedly that information or printing itself shouldn't have been available. And it leads many to believe that perhaps something about human migration, or at least human education, is being hidden from us for some reason. Tavistock, also known as the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, is a non-profit agency that exists in the UK. From everything I can find on their site, they sort of exist as this social science group that analyzes different demographics and things around the world in order to understand how people work and blah blah blah, all that. However, former MI6 member John Coleman has said that the group's actual directive is in order to change human culture so that one day the New World Order can more easily take over. This is done through ideas of breaking down the family unit, breaking down religion, breaking down ideas of abstinence, and yada yada. It's kind of a deep theory, but it relates from everything from the Beatles to the Rolling Stones, saying that they have purposely planted this individualism, lack of God, lack of family ideas within pop culture, so that one day whenever a new body comes in order to take over those roles, the people are more easily accepting of it. The Aetherius Society is a sort of UFO based religion started by a man named George King. It exists as a plural religion, which means they accept different concepts from several other ideologies such as Buddhism and Christianity in order to create one all-encompassing belief. Among the religion's other teachings is the idea that Jesus and Buddha were aliens from Venus that came to Earth as sort of prophets. They also believe that we are currently waiting on the return of the next master to come and set up a new world establishment on Earth. Several of their theories are interesting, such as that of spiritual batteries. Essentially, they have these composed boxes that members outside of the religion do not know exactly what is in them, that they can pray to and give prana to in order to maintain energy, and then whenever a natural disaster or tragedy is about to occur, they can simply release it from the battery, and that thing that was going to happen will no longer happen. The religion claims that this has been used in order to stop wars, earthquakes, shootings, and other disasters. Not only that, but they claim that there are several other alien races that exist in the greater cosmos that have tried to contact Earth, but that there is an organization on the Earth known as the Silence Group, which entire directive is to make sure that the public does not know of the greater existence of deities. However, people such as George King, the religion's founder, have been able to communicate with these beings and be able to get the truth out to everyone else. Tier 7 is described as the interdimensional monk, and the description reads, the
power, hyper sigils. Amazon forest was built. No shit, it's made by Amazon. Sonia, that's me, yeah. Appendix monkey tail. Concrete and enemas. Dog suicide. Oh, I know about dog suicide bridges. Cloud forming. That's illegal. You're not allowed to form the clouds. Simpsons is real. Prison Earth. You already see that. Dinosaurs helped building the pyramids. So nice of them. Proto-humans. Finland doesn't exist. True. I believe it. 2006 volleyball incident, not again. New Zealand, 8th continent. Moon is built by aliens. Okay. Bacterial humanity. Disneyland secret. Don't know this. Bioma over genoma. Tim. IRL. Ocean doesn't exist, true. Asian overlords triad. Advanced cryptozoology. Tower conspiracy. Yeah, okay, sounds good.
The interdimensional monk sees the whole picture and is able to discern reality from unreality. Because of their nature, the mixture of entries around this tier is a really very long and very difficult to comprehend. Aztec theogony refers to the theological legend of the Aztec people. This is going to come up a few times in this tier, but I'm about to condense hundreds of years of religion and culture into like 1 or 2 minutes. So if I skip over stuff or am not describing it all the way, it's really hard to, so bear with me.
Yeah,
this can differ heavily from province to province, especially because in Aztec culture things weren't recorded or passed around that much. But the basics of their theological history go like this. A primary god and goddess lived in heaven, to which the goddess cast down a knife that cut open the earth. When the knife was cast down, 1,600 fallen gods came to earth and essentially became evil spirits. During this time, they called down a great flood, which wiped out the life that was on earth before them. And after these fallen gods were not allowed back into heaven, someone named Axolotl went to Hades to try to retrieve a bone that could be brought out of Hades and used to grant the fallen gods power. But while retrieving the bone, he dropped it. The bone shattered into an inconceivable amount of pieces, and those pieces later grew into what is now humans. These humans began to serve different fallen gods, which is the reason that cultures and tribes were so diverse and spread out, because each one was a different group of people who followed a different fallen god. At this time, the whole world was covered in darkness.
We're not deadbeats,
so to stop
please,
it,
for the love of God, I don't want to be a deadbeat,
to walk into the fire, to which one of the humans did, and that human was transformed into the sun. Again, that was a super short, condensed version of thousands of years of theology, so nah. So how does this relate to all of our conspiracy theories? Well, if you'll notice some of the points in it, there's a lot of through lines that connect this to the beliefs in different religions. Think about it this way. Aztec is about as far as you can get geographically and culturally from the ancient Hebrews or Babylonians or Sumerians or something like that. Yet we still see the themes of fallen gods or angels coming from the heavens, a great flood wiping out the population on Earth, one of these fallen gods or angels going to hell, humanity following these different lesser gods, and then finally one of these followers of the gods being sacrificed for the greater good and then ascending to the heavens. This is actually a common thread seen in a lot of old religions and traditions, and it's interesting to draw the parallels between them to try to figure out where the roots of not only humanity, but maybe belief in existence itself.
Look, it has no butt. It has no front butt. Just legs and tummy.
Come from. The parrot is on here, I believe, as a cautionary tale. See, the parrot is a sort of hazing thing when it comes to research communities and researchers. The idea being that anytime a new journalist or researcher or scientist or whatever gets into a field that they have to do case studies, there will be a story comes up that's called the parrot story. Think about it. How many times have you seen a story where it's like a parrot stopped home invaders from breaking into a house because it started making noises that sounded like the police? Or a man caught his wife cheating because the parrot started mimicking the guy that she was cheating with.
There's a story where a wife killed her husband and she made it look like a home invasion, and she would have gotten away with it if the parrot hadn't started repeating the argument they had before she killed him.
And so on and so forth. These are all either very mundane stories or stories that just didn't happen and are kind of made to fill up dead space. However, they're also viewed as a sort of rite of passage for new people getting into a research field. Something we're going to see a lot with this iceberg moving forward, especially because a lot of the concepts we're getting to are a lot. There will be more and more things similar to this parrot story. I'll point them out as we get along when I know something is disinfo, but this is a specific example of what disinfo might be. Real dowsing and rhabdomancy is in reference to dowsing, which I mentioned all the way in, I think, tier 2. If you'll remember, dowsing is the trick in which you can hold metal bars or crossed wires and use that to figure out where water wells or spiritual areas are around the earth. Rhabdomancy is very similar. In the most simple version, people in ye olden days would take a stick, place it upright, let it fall, and whichever direction it fell, that would be the one they were to travel in. This was also used to make decisions. In other words, you could say fall right for yes, left for no. And it's even cited in things like the Bible as Nebuchadnezzar using rhabdomancy as a way to make his decisions. What's interesting is, especially in biblical text and text at the same time, there's mention of rhabdomancy and things similar to dowsing as a form of divination, which is essentially witchcraft. Historically, people who have done either as a means of determining where to put in a water vein or traveling in whatever direction have used witchcraft or black magic familiar spirits as a means of utilizing this technique. Not only that, but there's a case to be made in historical records for people who did dowsing professionally or for others always becoming ill and with some sickness, implying that maybe
it priv para bagat. Which language is this? Sauce.
Maybe something they were working with in order to do the dowsing proved to be harmful, or if this really is a black magic, maybe they're just suffering the long-term effects of it. Faust nonfiction is in reference to the very famous play Faust. The original inspiration for the story Faust came from a man named Johann Faust. He was an alchemist and a necromancer, which, if you've been watching the iceberg to this point, you know are risky business. And according to the belief of many at the time, he himself made a deal with the devil in order to obtain the abilities of alchemy and necromancy. This inspired the Marlowe play known as The Tragical History of the Life and Death of Dr. Faustus. Here's what's interesting. At the exact same time in Poland, a story known as The Legend of Pan Twardowski was picking up a lot of steam because there was legends in that region of people making deals with the devils and then being taken to hell for it. Now, the story didn't get as famous as it is today until a man named Johann Wolfgang von Goethe Wow made the poem Faust that was later adapted into the great play. However, all of these corresponding legends came together and was about the same story of a man who met the devil at a crossroads and gave his soul to the devil so he could take instant gratification over long-term gratification. This story inspired works like Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. However, when you look into some of the more supernatural tales of it, like Tommy Johnson and Robert Johnson, American blues singers who were supposedly part of a crossroad deal in which they sold their soul to the devil in order to play music, and records dating back further and further, it seems that the legend of Faust didn't just come from a place of fiction, but experiences that were shared by great communities and later became stories. So that all asks the question, is Faust based on a true story? Alright, so hypersigils is a really crazy concept. Sigils are traditionally used in magic and witchcraft in order to summon or bind certain spirits, i.e. you could put one up to bring in a demon or angel or entity, or a different kind to make them do your bidding. A hypersigil, or super sigil as they're sometimes called, are used to completely transform one's own life by slightly recreating it with alterations. What's that mean?
Wow.
Well, the example that's most often used is, say you made a book series about someone that you knew, and the entire book series was so close to that person's livelihood that you could tie the two of them in as the same person. However, when you get to the 5th issue of the book, you begin writing minor alterations to that person's character, saying they're more bossy, or they're more snobby, or whatever personality change you want. That person, because they're now spiritually linked to that book series, would begin acting the way they were being written. What that means is not just individuals you know, but people in places of power could be affected by what others say about them, even if they don't mean it to be that way. This all has to do with spiritual connections and the greater spiritual world around us, meaning that if there exists an essence that is close enough to your essence, the two become intertwined, and whatever changes one changes the other. So think about that in our age of technology and social media. Think about everything that you do online to a persona that is essentially you alters you yourself, even if you don't mean it to. The broader implication that we have essentially built millions or billions of hypersigils without knowing it, therefore changing the course of human history, is really cool. Amazon Forest was built, used to be a joke, but now has a lot of weight to it. See, unlike most forest or wooded areas, the Amazon forest is pretty flat. Think about it. If you look at any other wooded area in the world,
What's wrong with
there's all
being
these hills
flat?
and elevation changes to it. Whereas the Amazon rainforest is pretty flat and called the Green Inferno for a reason. The reason for this is that the ancient tribes of the area did not do agriculture with standard crops the way we think, but they did it with trees. They would harvest the wood and the sap and the water and the fruits from the trees in the way that we may do corn or something similar. We can see this whenever we look at cities that are located in the rainforest and how around them there is an abundance of biodiversity in the trees and flora of the area, and as you leave the city, it becomes more and more sparse. This implies the existence of garden cities that used to exist as a means of agriculture, and then the trees naturally populated. So there's a very good chance that a lot, if not the majority, of the rainforest was planted by humans thousands and thousands of years ago. Or at least the trees that would go on to create the rainforest. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is a reading list that's been floating around the internet for a few years. See, gatekeepers, whenever we're talking about them in the sense of these conspiracies, means someone who claims to be looking for the truth but is actually just pushing people to the wayside. Think of it this way. Say you have an author who is supposedly trying to look for the secrets of humanity, and they do that by writing several books about evolution, although the actual way we got here is alien lizards or whatever. So they spend all this time writing books for higher powers as a means of pointing people in the wrong direction. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is implying that several of these authors have had a change of heart, or they felt guilty about it and created a book or a text in order to point people back the right way. Some examples of this include Omphalos by Philip Gossa, which is a book in which someone talking about the beginning of the world says perhaps the earth was just made old. In other words, the universe and our planet isn't as old as we think it is. Or The Beginning Was the End by Oscar Mayer, in which Oscar says that the way that we got here as humans is that we used to be apes, and then we could figure it out that we eat other apes, and then when we did that, we stole their brain functions and became higher order species.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Here's the reading list if you're interested in any of those or think any of them might sound cool, because there's some really weird stuff in here. Broder's engine is essentially a schematic for an infinite energy machine. See, if you take a malleable metal like copper and then make it in a coil around a magnet, whenever you push the magnet through, it causes the electrons inside of the copper to shift. Whenever electrons shift, that creates electricity. So if we've got one coil and one magnet and we do that, we get a bit of electricity. Cool. But what happens if we take 1,000 of them? We all line them up directly in an order, to which whenever the magnet is moved, that causes an electron exchange, which therefore causes power. What if we put them all on a giant sort of lever that gently rocks back and forth, and the way that we power that is we just put a few of these copper magnet combinations at the bottom to power the mechanism that makes all the other magnets move. Say we build enough of these to fill up an entire warehouse, and yada yada, you could follow to the point that you could power a whole city through perpetual energy. While this has worked in closed experiments, the whole idea is we can't do it because big oil and evil electricity companies and all that good stuff. In 2009, 28-year-old Shania Asom suffered an asthma attack while she was in Memphis, Tennessee. She went to the doctor, got a steroids injection, and went home, and everything seemed fine until she started to itch all over her body. She soon started developing scabs all over her skin, her legs began to darken, and the doctors couldn't figure out what the condition was, although they expected staph or some other common skin infection. However, despite all of their efforts, they couldn't make the infection go away, and after traveling to a dermatologist, it was determined that Shania had a since unknown disease. For a reason that to this day no one can explain, every hair follicle on her skin is producing about 12 times the amount of skin that it's supposed to. This causes extreme callousing everywhere on her body that hair is supposed to be, creating an effect where it seems as if her hair follicles are growing skin so dense it's similar to a nail. And to this day, doctors have absolutely no clue what it is. They're continuing doing tests, trying to figure out the causation, but as far as they know, her hair follicles are just overproducing skin, and they're none the wiser to it. Appendix monkey tail is saying that perhaps our appendix operates in the same way our monkey tail would. It's believed that our tailbone is a product of what is now called a vestigial organ, or in other words, an organ that we needed at some point in the past that we outgrew in the modern day, meaning that our tailbone used to be where a tail was attached, but now that we don't have a tail, the tailbone's kind of useless. It's now been determined that perhaps the appendix was used as a sort of digestive reboot, as a means of completely flushing the body system if it were to be too backed up by plant matter or bones or something that would be otherwise undigestible. But since we haven't eaten those things in so many years, we've slowly lost the use of it. So again, much like our tailbone, it's something that's just there because we used to need it and now we don't, and it kind of just takes up space. This is what I get for doing the disturbing movie Iceberg. Like, there's going to be one of these horrible things in every video I do from this point on, so cool. All right, so you see the word, it's there, right? So according to this theory, that is used as a rite of passage in several secret societies. The reason for this is that an unholy amount of people report to the emergency room every year with this because they use the concrete to perform that action.
What is that? Wait, what? Don't look. Okay. No, I don't know what the name is. What is it? Enema. What is that? There's medical enemas too. Injection of fluid into the lower. Oh. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wait. Concrete. Concrete.
And then they get stuck. But it's at such an alarming rate that people believe cults are responsible, or doing it as some horrible satanic rite of passage or whatever. It's just trying to explain why people are the way that they are. The dog suicide bridge is in reference to the Overton Bridge in Milton, Scotland. Ever since the 1960s, an absurd amount of dogs have leaped to their death from this bridge. Keep in mind, this isn't a small bridge at all. It's 50 feet off the ground, and it doesn't really make sense for dogs, an animal that seemingly never commits suicide, to just jump off at such a given rate. It's so bad that dogs walking beneath the bridge will climb to the top just to jump off, and dogs that have jumped, survived, will limp their way back up to the top just to jump again. The primary theory that scientists have had around the area is that perhaps there are several minks nesting, and them marking their scent makes the dogs go for it, which sure would make sense, but that doesn't explain why dogs that are already down there around where the mink would be would climb to the top just to jump, or especially why a dog would jump, climb back up, then jump again. Especially since, according to legend, this has been going on since the 1960s. Many believe this to be a demonic or spiritual side in which spirits or the supernatural overwhelms these dogs to commit suicide from the bridge. I should also mention that in research for this, I found a story of in 1994, a man killed his newborn son on the bridge and then attempted to kill himself. While the stories go that dogs have been doing this on the bridge since the 1960s, the first official reported cases of dogs jumping off began shortly thereafter. Just food for thought. Pro-war Buddhism is the fact that throughout history there have been different cases of Buddhists becoming pro-war or pro-defense in order to protect themselves.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He doesn't give a fuck. This guy doesn't care. He's just vibing. Oh, you got a gun? Okay.
Buddhists are traditionally known as very hardcore pacifists, all the way into the face of death, or at least the traditional Buddhist monks are. While it's well known that in South Vietnam around 1963, whenever there was heavy Buddhist oppression occurring in the area, Buddhists began to make very open protest and shut down roadways in response to the killing of Buddhists that was happening under the Vietnamese regime. What is lesser known is some of the more modern instances. I also want to emphasize, I'm not saying anything about overarching religion or like specific ins and outs of religious beliefs in certain areas or Thailand.
Don't mess with
again describing a very complex situation in a couple minutes, so again, bear with me. In Thailand in 2004, several Buddhist monks were attacked and killed by Muslim attackers. In response to this, several of these Buddhist monks began to arm themselves. Now, traditionally in Buddhist beliefs, this is completely shunned. However, there were interesting ways that they worked around it. For example, as you can imagine, a Buddhist monk cannot be a member of the military. However, the Thai military began these suspended enlistment programs in which you could kind of be part of the military, not really part of the military. So the sort of in the military people became traditional monks in order to protect other monks that existed in the Thai region. One of the stories I was reading was an interviewer who was speaking with one of these monks in 2006, and they asked the monk if it was true that some of the monks were arming themselves, and the monk lifted up his robe, pulled out a handgun, put it back, and they just continued the interview. It's a very interesting example of how far even the most peaceful people will go if they're pushed, or as the saying says, even a worm will turn. The Akashic Records put forward by psychic Edgar Casey is a means of better understanding psychic itself. According to Casey, whenever he would conduct psychic links with people, he would for one connect to them, but the second connection would be to something that he called the Book of Life. He describes this as a sort of cloud storage that exists all around us and everywhere at the same time. It contains the memories, thoughts, actions, and beliefs of every human that has ever existed. According to Casey, we are all connected through this super link, and possible memories or glimpses and even dreams that we have at any given point can either be from another human who's experienced them or a combination of all the different brain patterns mixing with ours at the same time. Cloud farming, or cloud seeding, is exactly what it says. Throughout history, there have been cases of governments purposefully farming clouds in order to get whatever agricultural benefit they want. This is done by planes depositing chemicals into the air that encourage precipitation. The most common is like potassium iodes or even dry ice being used in order to begin to form ice crystals and therefore create snow. However, historically, sometimes things like silver iodes have been used, which aren't good for people to, like breathe in or drink or something like that. See, the thing with it is, this isn't necessarily creating rain clouds, it's just a way to encourage rain cloud formation. So if you know that rain clouds are about to form, you can deposit them into an area in order to speed it up and move the direction the cloud will travel. This has led to countries like China having their neighbors accuse them of literally stealing the rain so that China can have better agriculture and crops than they do. Limbic brain is often used as an excuse of why some people do the things that they do. See, whenever we're comfortable, happy, and accepted in a situation, we operate using our prefrontal cortex. This is the part of the brain most commonly associated with reason and complex thought patterns. However, sitting just below and behind our prefrontal cortex is something that's often called the limbic brain. This is our system that derives on emotion and instinct. Whenever we're operating off of it, we're much more manic and reactive and emotional whenever we're put into a situation. This isn't only the fight or flight response that you may be familiar with, but also things like heartbreak or loneliness and how we kind of rely on our emotional state rather than our logical state. Obviously, this isn't a state of mind that you want to keep up for any amount of time. So putting it short term, whenever you're happy, part of a group, and content, you are thinking logically, and whenever you're alone, depressed, and unsure of your purpose in life, you're thinking emotionally. This is kind of obvious, but where it matters is in its sociology implications. Part of the reason that people may do evil things is simply because they do not want to be reverted to their limbic brain and have to interact on their own. Or in other words, people don't want to be alone, so they will do things that may be morally reprehensible in order to fit in. Emergency broadcast neuralizers is referencing the sounds that are heard at the beginning of an emergency broadcast. See, the concept of a neuralizer is that it homes in on specific brain waves or syncs out brain waves in order to manipulate memory or thought patterns or something like that. The thought is emergency broadcasts are used to either forcefully calm you, alter your memory, or change your perception of events around you. Basically, emergency broadcast systems are used as a means of forced complacency on the population. This is another one of those misinfo ones. However, it's at least a fun misinfo one.
No, it's true.
There is an entire chart, huge theory to this thing, which I will link in the description, about how The Simpsons is actually real footage taken through a wormhole of another United States government that radioactively hurt the people, and blah, 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 weird hokey pokey science stuff. However, this is an example of misinfo because this is put on the list, as I've mentioned before, and with the parrot as a means of subverting wandering eyes. Because once again, think about it this way. If there's stuff down here that matters, and if there's stuff down here that could be serious that you don't want other people to see, whenever they look at a list that says something along the lines of The Simpsons is real footage, they go, oh, okay, it's just more weird hoax, lizard alien people stuff. So, as mentioned before, this is a parrot. Roman metaphysics takes heavy inspiration from Greek metaphysics, or what is essentially the study of what's real. See, ancient Greeks philosophers were constantly looking for ways to better describe life or to describe the world around us. Metaphysics was an attempt to define what is real or what can be determined in the real world. There were two primary competing philosophies within ancient Greek, one of which being that we must always rely on our senses to determine what's real in a world that's ever changing, or that we must always rely on logical reasoning because our senses can lie to us in this changing world. Plato best described it as this: say that we have a chair, and we all understand what a chair means. Well, if we exclusively use our senses to tell us what a chair is, and we only know what one kind of chair looks like, does that mean a chair can only be what we think it should look like? Or can there exist different forms of chairs? On the other side, we can't always just be logical or use reasoning to determine it, because say we do something arbitrary like, oh, well, a chair has 4 legs and you can sit on it, that means a cow, a horse, and big dogs are also just forms of chairs. This led Plato...
Wait, what force for you? What? Nag. They're trying to shut us down. It's because of the Simpsons.
And later Aristotle to develop the idea that they refer to as hylomorphism. This is the core concept of the idea that there are forms in matter, and that despite changes, there must always be some constant, even if we're not aware of it. Put most simply, it's a roundabout way of saying that a chair can look like a ton of different things, but we know what a chair is, so that's still a chair, which means it's got to have something in common with every other chair that exists, even if they don't look anything alike. A lot of this metaphysics gets into ideas of how it applies to people. For example, Aristotle said that despite he did not exist beforehand, his form and matter was still created into the creature that is now known as Aristotle. Therefore, there has to be through lines, even if unseen, that connect whatever present self exists to the past and future self. What's so interesting is that despite being written in ancient Greek times and then adapted into Roman times, these are basically the modern principles that we use for theoretical physics. That things have to have constants in order to be understood as they apply to a greater world that we know not of, and how these connections can be manipulated. It's so interesting that all the way back then they were unintentionally, or possibly intentionally, laying the groundwork for the greater universe as we see it today. Prison Earth refers to the idea that we exist on an earthly prison. Think of it this way. Throughout all of human history, there has always been a need and a struggle for something. On the grand scale, it's been order, resources, agriculture, or in the modern day of power and wealth, all the way down to the individual, fighting for personal recognition or even just the ability to breathe and take in food. Now, of course, this is all we know of life to be, and it's hard to imagine a life without it, but perhaps this constant need for something implies that we are supposed to exist in a realm of pure ecstasy, or a realm of pure not need. Thrive, that's the word. A place where we thrive instead of survive, yeah. So that's like the philosophy side of it. Here's the creepy moon part. A lot of these theories say that the moon itself was constructed. Examples being, geological samples have said that the moon is older than the Earth. Craters on the moon have been identified as depressions. In other words, they have been sucked in from within the moon. The prevailing theory behind this is that the moon itself is hollow moon theory, or at least whatever structure is inside of it is allowing this extra space to cave in. There is a completely abnormal amount of titanium on the surface of the moon, and several seismic activities have been reported on the surface of the moon despite nothing causing them. In other words, whatever's doing it had to come from the inside, leading to the belief that many of this prison Earth theory have, that the moon itself was made as an observatory to watch us from, and is essentially acting as our giant warden, making sure that we don't get too far from the Earth. And then you could tie this in and say that with the Mars bunker theory, that was our prison before, and then we got sent to this one, and if we ever try to go past the realm of the moon, we'll get shot down or something like that. And that's what the 9 minutes of the missing Apollo 11 mission was, and it's all connected. Or just go with the theory that the moon is a giant space monster egg that's going to break out and kill us all. I like that one. Inorganic beings implies the existence of non-carbon life, but not only non-carbon, non-physical. See, this is hard for us to even imagine, because everything of our understanding of life exists in the physical, or things that interact with the physical, like ghosts or spirits. Think about something that doesn't even exist on the same plane of dimension of us, but does take up the same space. If these things are entirely spiritual or aura-based creatures, then perhaps what they feed on, in the same way we feed on other organic materials, is auras and spirituality itself. You can run a lot of cool theories with this and say that perhaps haunted locations are just these things' feeding ground. And whenever people go there and experience fear, that energy they're giving off through fear provides food for these creatures. You can go even further with that and say perhaps UFO sightings or monster sightings and things like that are mind alterations made on people from these non-organic creatures as a means of maintaining energy. So don't worry, it's not a monster under your bed. It's just a super fourth dimensional spiritual being that is creating fear within your body in order to harvest your energy. So nothing to be afraid of. Sleep deprivation lifestyle refers to what happens if someone undergoes long-term sleep deprivation. As we know, without sleep for long periods of time, people begin to lose cognitive and social functions. However, there are theories that if someone goes a really long time on amount of sleep deprivation, they will lose functions such as consciousness. There's been a lot of cool theories proposed with this one, that that's what allows the id of our brain to take over, or our more primal self, or perhaps certain spirits or things that exist within this world can inhabit our bodies if we allow that consciousness to be so worn away. I talked about the Russian sleep experiment in like tier 1 or 2 of this iceberg, so imagine this as the practical version to carry out that. Dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Whenever I saw the conspiracy theory iceberg and wanted to do a video on it, this is what I was hoping for. A lot less depression, a lot more dinosaur. Discovered a few kilometers from the Great Pyramids of Egypt, lesser pyramids have been found that contain papyri that have some interesting transcriptions on them. In these papyri, it talks about giant beasts, or god beasts as they're called, that were used in order to build the pyramids. It says things like they carried the limestone across the rivers and were used to haul the large weighing rocks that were used in order to construct the pyramid. In these transcriptions, whoever wrote them said that they ate the grass of the Nile plains, that their tail was large enough that a swing could kill a whole army, that their neck reached to the clouds, and even contained several inscriptions and images of these supposed creatures. While things like this have always been referenced in, say, Job, that dinosaurs existed much closer to humans than we think, now several Egyptologists, which I didn't know was a thing before researching this, some of them have gotten on board with this and said, yeah, perhaps the pyramids were built with the assistance of dinosaurs.
So nice of them.
Is the nicest thing I think I've said in this entire iceberg.
That's so cute.
Anunnaki puppet show relates to the Anunnaki, which I mentioned however many tiers ago, which were the supposed alien gods of the Babylonians and the Sumerians. See, the Sumerians, as I mentioned before with things like the Dogon tribe, had very weird things when it came to their religion and beliefs. Like, for example, they had very accurate tracings of our constellations and our solar system. And as mentioned before, they had these idols of beings that they said came from the stars and taught them science and agriculture and things like that. The Babylonians were very similar. As a matter of fact, some believe the Old Testament translations that were mentioned of these Babylonians, whenever they would talk about the angels coming down or God coming down, was actually just a version of these Anunnaki. So much so that people say the Tower of Babel, in which, according to the Bible, God confused their languages, was actually a space station they were building to go to the stars, to which the Anunnaki then confused their languages. So, yeah. The puppet show belief is that the reason the Anunnaki have done all this is simply for entertainment, and that watching us progress as a society has been this whole escapade that they get to watch from a distance. However, I like the other theory proposed by it. See, several of these Anunnaki images or things we see, although normally reptilian, seem kind of human. The belief being that sometime in the future, we will develop a time travel technology, or at least a different reality version of us will. So then from the future, we come to the past, we alter things that happen in the course of human history for whatever reason in the Sumerian and Babylonian Empire, and then watch how it plays out. So rather than just a puppet show for entertainment, perhaps this existence that we have in all of our human history is just an experiment for whatever our future selves needed to find out. And furthermore, perhaps issues that we've seen in science, such as not being able to understand time travel or understand how gravity or perpetual travel or something like that works, is these observers of our timeline purposefully manipulating it so that we don't get too far out of our box. Rapture already happened is in reference to the rapture event mentioned in the biblical text of Revelations. For those that don't know, there's debate among Christian groups of when exactly the rapture is supposed to take place. Not only like what year it will happen, but when it will happen within the actual telling of the end of the world itself. See, there's something mentioned in the book of Revelations known as the tribulation period. This is a period of time in which the earth goes from doing really, really well to really, really bad in a span of 7 years. However, if someone was of the belief that, for example, in the book of Genesis, when it talks about how the world was formed, that the world was formed in 7 days, that it's not actually 7 days and more like 7,000 years, then imagine what 7-year tribulation period would actually be. In other words, if you're not literal with interpretations of time in the Bible, then a 7-year tribulation period might as well be 7,000. So in the Bible, when it mentions that during the tribulation period, God no longer interacts with the world, the devil has full control of it, and evil run rampant. And if that is a period of time like 7,000 years, then what's to say we're not currently living in that? As a matter of fact, there are some beliefs that the rapture happened immediately after Jesus' crucifixion, which would mean that we're all living in a devil-controlled world and God won't hear us. So,
it's awesome.
Again, only positive vibes on this channel.
We have a
Grider's
double
endgame
rapture?
is in reference to journalist William Grider. Grider wrote from everyone from the Washington Times to the Rolling Stones. However, the work that puts him on his list is his 1987 book, Secrets of the Temple: How the Federal Reserve Runs the Country. The book essentially talks about how there is a secret society that exists underneath the United States government and how they're proliferated through the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is building up a plan in order to enact a new world order and Illuminati and all that stuff. It's another theory that falls in line with the idea that banking circles are the ones actually running the country and politicians essentially exist as figureheads.
Yeah.
Soy spraying and weaponized soy is in reference to the proliferation of soy products in modern industry. If you'll notice in the last few years especially, soy has popped up more and more as either a substitute or a source in different foods and supplements. However, soy itself is an actual estrogen supplement, and when consumed by males in large quantities, can lead to testosterone deficiency. What the theory is saying is that the powers that be have put soy products everywhere they're not supposed to be in order to demoralize and demasculate their people who could theoretically overturn them if they ever saw fit. You can go further and say that with weaponized soy, that similar to how governments, especially the United States government, has been accused of psyops and long-term chemical warfare over time, the exact same thing but with soy products in order to make the enemy less masculine. So what I'm saying is government-sanctioned weaponized femboys. Yeah. Bicameralism comes from a 1976 book written by Julian Jayes. Julian had a very interesting theory from where human consciousness came from. His idea was that as early as 3,000 years ago, the original forms of consciousness began to be created, and that before that, the brain was divided into two parts. One part told the other what to do, and the second part acted on it. And while you may think that's how consciousness works on its own, I am saying that it is a very literal, one side of your brain communicates to the other side has no thought process and simply carries out an action. This means that there is no form of contemplation, decision making, or thinking in the way that we would think of it now. One of Julian's references to this is such as the characters that were mentioned in the Iliad never really thought or decided what they were doing, instead they just kind of did things. So according to this theory, before the past 3 millennia, society existed with no meaning of self-awareness. And according to this theory, as society developed, we began to find the need to ask ourselves why, so the two sides of our brain kind of formed over the one that seems to ask questions, and that became the modern form of consciousness. Or in other words, the commanded part of the brain learned to think for itself, and the part that gave commands simply began to ask questions. Staring anxiety is the most literal form of brain rot. According to this theory, staring at any electronic screen for an amount of time will fry your brain, and not in the way that a parent would tell you to stop playing video games, they fry your brain. In a literal, your neurons begin to shut off and die kind of way. This would, of course, over time make a modern population a lot dumber. So therefore, this theory is saying that the reason screens are everywhere around us and proliferated so much is a way for the elites to further control us mentally. Ancient structure purpose is a huge topic to tackle, but I can get a few of them out of the way. For example, there are theories that ancient pyramids and ziggurats were actually the beginning of a sort of mining facility. Or in other words, whatever beings actually created them was doing so in order to stage a way to get inside of the
Do
earth,
not let my streams your brain roll off.
Whereas other theories talk about how
dying
societies
state.
had these very advanced forms of architecture that doesn't really make sense for the time they were in. For example, in China, people built entire palaces into the sides of cliffs, something that is hard to understand and hard to accomplish by today's means. Furthermore, in Persia, they managed to run water systems off of the top of snow-capped mountains all the way down into their cities in order to have year-round cold water. A lot of this also gets back into the idea of sacral architecture, which is essentially architecture that is created for the sake of a sacredness rather than purpose. So you could think of this as like temples and buildings of religious worship. A lot of them are believed to be too advanced for their time or too advanced for the people that lived around these structures. So therefore some special means created them rather than just the people themselves. And I also have to mention my favorite theory, which I talked about in the last episode, that the Tower of Babel was a launching platform for the Anunnaki aliens to shoot their spaceship back into space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real intentions of the Roto-Rooter is actually something that I mentioned all the way back in Tier 2. Roto-Rooter, if you'll remember, is a comic that supposedly has a hidden meaning, saying that our political leaders want to return us to a gold standard in order to leave banking organizations. This all kind of falls back on the idea that banks and politics have hated each other and don't shake hands and get along as much as we may think they do. However, real intentions for the Roto-Rooter is an entire game plan.
Are the banks controlling the politicians, or do they hate each other?
Step 1, in the 1970s, all of the world's banking systems became ran by computers. Part 2, because of this, secret cabals or cults around the world managed to have control of what markets rose and fall and were able to build wealth by riding off of it. Step 3, ever since the early 1900s, the United States has been hiding its actual capabilities and resources so that now in the modern day they can manage to produce false scarcity, creating scarcity among other nations, which then the US can find all of these resources and then maintain themselves as a world power. This is all saying that supposedly banks are getting in the way of that grand scheme. And in other words, markets can be used as a way to subvert things like fossil fuels. Step 4, ever since 9/11, these politicians have wanted banking groups out of their inner circles and have actively been making steps in order to remove their technological influence. Step 5, which is where we're currently at, is that the politicians or elites are trying to build up crypto money, trading, lending, whatever, to such a degree that it will inevitably crash all around the world, which will lead to a need for a new system, which is when they can then step in and create the new gold standard. Most drugs are benevolent is saying that most drugs, if not all drugs, are actually helpful to the human body, but are therefore stigmatized or poisoned by the powers that be, so that we don't become too powerful. This is considered because drugs can possibly unlock new potential in the human brain, which would be bad to the people who want to subjugate us and keep us under their rule if we suddenly sort of evolved. A lot of this goes back to the Stone Age theory, which is the idea that the reason we evolved from monkeys into what we are now is that monkeys eventually figured out how to use hallucinogenics, which opened up new brain pathways, which created us. So, in other words, our leaders who want us under their thumb do not want us to go through another cycle of evolution. Closely related to that is the theory of proto-humans. Proto-humans is the idea that there is more than just one kind of pre-human like we think there was. Like, for example, the Neanderthal DNA, which every human has a portion of, can actually be found in different variations and even mixed with different kind of genomes depending on what region of the world you're in. For example, in some parts of the world, in the portion that would mostly be Neanderthal, there is something known as Denisovan DNA, which is believed to be a competitor to the Neanderthal gene. This is implying that there was a lot more complicated roots of humanity than we may think there are. And in other words, probably very violent competition led to the modern humanity that we know today. Dublin, Wisconsin is the town that doesn't exist. Supposedly there was a town in the Sparta Green Bay area of Wisconsin that just disappeared in between the 80s and 90s. Officially there exist no records of it. However, there is still tourist memorabilia that people have. Certain people have memories of a small town being destroyed by either a fire or a gas leak, depending on who you ask. And people even supposedly received radio transmissions from radio stations in Dublin all the way into the late 90s. Whenever I was doing research for this, there were like 1,000 people who went missing in the late 80s and early 90s around the Green Bay area. And also the guys who were supposedly receiving the radio signals were all dead. So I'm sure that's not troubling at all. Finland doesn't exist, originally comes from the same Blyfield logic that I mentioned in tier 3, I think it was, which essentially follows the whole logic of, have you ever been to Finland? Do you know anyone from Finland? No. Well, then Finland just doesn't exist if you answer no to both of those. It's along the whole lines of believing only what you see. And furthermore, if you're from Finland, you're a Fed. If you know someone from Finland, they're a Fed. And if you've ever visited Finland, the feds tricked you. Also, in research, I found this copper pasta that is too funny to not mention. So the population of Finland is about 6.5 million people. Now, when comparing that to the population of the entire world, which is about 7.2 billion, Finland makes up 0.09% of the world's population. It's not 1%, it's not even 0.1%. Or in other words, 99.9% of people who exist in the world are not from Finland. We get this number from government census, which government census has a percent error of about 1%. Or in other words, about 10 times the amount of percent that Finland makes up in the world. In other words, by statistical standards, there's a pretty solid chance that Finland does not exist. So if you're from Finland, I hate to be the one to break the news to you, but you're not real. Sorry. Also, it's so wild that like sitting here just talking into a camera, there's a solid chance that someone from Finland will see this. The internet's crazy, man. Number stations exist as coded radio messages that are used to send transmissions to foreign intelligence agencies from behind enemy lines. Or think of it this way. Say during the Cold War there was a Russian spy in the United States, and he needs to get information back to his Russian handlers. Well, he can't just get on a radio and begin saying exactly what he wants to tell them, because then anyone could listen in and anyone could figure out what he's doing. But if he was to just send numbers that corresponded to a code grid that the Russians had, well then no one will know what he's trying to say except for the people he wants to hear. Now I need to make it clear, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is a very open practice that has existed all the way from World War I, in which they did the same thing with Morse code. And during the Cold War, this was a very preferred method of transmitting information out of the country. However, what's interesting is the proliferation of how they exist today. To just give an example, there are several old radio towers that exist in a sort of swampland just outside of St. Petersburg, Russia. For the past 40 years, there's been a broadcast coming out of there that has been titled MDZHB, and all that it is one continuous droning noise, and every few seconds there's a sound that sounds similar to a foghorn. Not only that, but about once or twice a week, either a man or woman will come on and just say random words in Russian, implying that whatever words are being said is a sort of code. And if you've got a radio that can pick up on the signal, since it's shortwave, you can tune in to 4625 KHZ and listen to it at any time. The leading theory with this radio station is that it's potentially part of the Russian government, which explains why they don't do anything about it or really care that it's there. And furthermore, that it is a dead hand signal, or in other words, that monotone string is keeping something from happening, say a nuclear device. These are actually in themselves not a conspiracy, as there have been devices that are made to pick up on a certain radio frequency, and if that frequency ever stops, the device detonates. This is sort of like a last laugh protocol. So say if there was some explosive in a foreign country and that foreign country attacked Russia, therefore destroying the radio signal, they get blown up as well. This is just one of many number stations, and there are a whole lot weirder ones I found, such as the Lincolnshire Poacher. I found enough information that I'm definitely going to be doing a deeper dive on this, just to talk about all the different number stations that have been found around the world, because there are some weird ones. Everest Cover-Ups is speaking of the series of deaths that occur on Everest that are supposedly covered up. I've already spoke before about the Sherpas of Mount Everest and the legends of the Himalayan zombies in the regions around. However, this one has a bit more wider stretching application. See, you may not know this, but if someone dies on Mount Everest, they don't recover the body. The reason for it is because once you pass a certain point in altitude, it is way too dangerous to try to get people to recover something than it is to just leave it there. Also, it's so cold that in most cases, the body never really decomposes. What this means is there are near perfectly preserved bodies all over the mountain of Mount Everest, and not only that, they are used as trail markers in order for climbers to find their way up. In researching this, there's a lot of weird stories, like they talk about reaching the destination of Green Boots Cave because there's a dead body out front that has green boots. Almost all these deaths are attributed to exhaustion, which makes sense considering the feats that they have to accomplish in such a low oxygen environment. Furthermore, there are nearly 200 bodies on the mountain itself. But here's what's weird. So I said most of them don't decompose, but some of them do, and some of them decompose immediately next to bodies that don't decompose at all. Which means you can have two people up on the mountain, each there for decades. One is a skeleton and the other seems like a perfectly intact person who's just sleeping. Combine that with the fact
What
that several
the-
hikers have reported that bodies have been found where they're not supposed to be, and then combine that with the Himalayan zombies legend that I mentioned earlier,
The
and
term
then mix all that
bodies found where they're not supposed to be as if there's somewhere that dead bodies are supposed to be on a mountain.
in with the legends of the Sherpas who guard the secret Shangri-La, which is considered an entrance to Hollow Earth and protected by spirits, and the implications get
Who's eating the
Cow
bodies?
conspiracy is a conspiracy that's kind of obvious, but you may have never thought about, that the paper towel dispensers that look like they have a camera in it absolutely have a camera in it.
Yeah,
Now, of
okay.
course, it's illegal to put a camera in a bathroom for obvious reasons. However, when has that ever stopped certain powers that be from spying on their people? This wouldn't just stop at the motion sensors on paper towel dispensers, but also urinals and toilets, because gross, and fills in the loophole that in such a surveillance state, there would be so many obvious blind spots that people can get away with whatever they're doing, unless they aren't blind spots and they just want you to think they are. All religions are the same is a concept that's kind of been mentioned in tiers earlier, that all religions can be traced back to a single founder. So like, for example, whenever I mentioned the Anunnaki coming down from space, or your ideas of Jesus or what have you, the idea being that there was one original event that happened, and then as culture spread out, the story simply adapted with each culture. This would explain the reason that so many different cultures have the same ideas of heaven and hell, even if they're named different, ideas of a godhead, and summing of salvation either through works or belief, all the way down to concepts like angels and demons. Essentially saying that all religions are the same, just extra steps away from whatever the original source was. Valley of Lost Candles is a reference to stolen props from the 1967 movie, The Valley of the Dolls. The plot of Valley of the Dolls was a group of girls who go to Hollywood in order to become famous and slowly have to give away pieces of themselves in one way or the other in order to achieve that goal. Given the mysterious nature of things that happen underground in Hollywood, the movie was kind of seen at a look behind the veil of what goes on in the industry. Supposedly, several of the props, such as candles that were used on the movie, were used in actual witchcraft and carried bad spirits with them. After the movie was over, several of these props went missing. One story even says that they were stolen by critic Roger Ebert. Theories in this lead all the way to say that perhaps one of the reasons that one of the film's lead roles, Sharon Tate, was killed in such a grisly manner is because she made the spirits upset by losing their possessions. Advanced cryptozoology is exactly what it says: advanced levels of standard cryptozoology, or in other words, the stories of creatures that may or may not exist.
Cute dog.
Now, when most people think of cryptids, they think of things like Bigfoot and Mothman and other known characters in cryptid lore. However, there is a wealth of creatures out there that exist that the majority of people have never even heard of. Things that exist in an esoteric fashion, or are figments of the mind that have been manifested into creatures. This all gives the implication that the world is much more proliferated with creatures that we can't explain than we like to think. I'm going to save it there, because my next video is going to be a huge dive into cryptids and advanced cryptids themselves with a special guest who I'm excited for. So this is a teaser for that. Just wait. Asian Overlord's Triad is in reference to the idea that mobs in Asia have much more power than most people think. Specifically Eastern Asia, in which regions like Hong Kong have one of the most powerful crime syndicates in the world. The idea being that by running connections back and figuring out who pays who, these crime syndicates control a lot of the politics that exist in the Chinese government. Not only that, but the idea that the reason crime is allowed to be so proliferated in the underground world of Hong Kong is because the Chinese government is allowing them to exist, and they have a sort of symbiotic relationship in order to keep Hong Kong in check. This applies further to say that the same can be said about the Yakuza in Japan, and even Asian mobs that supposedly act independently throughout other parts of the world are actually controlled by a centralized government. Looking at dark energy is our next super weird physics concept. So known matter in the universe makes up like 20% of everything that supposedly exists, whereas dark energy makes up about 25%. The rest is dark matter, but we're not talking about that right now. Supposedly dark energy exists absolutely everywhere and does not conform to any of our understanding of electronics, magnetics, heat, or anything that we can really use to prove its existence. The reason this is theorized is because gaps that exist in our understanding of how molecules and the world operate around us. And several believe that we are on the fringe of technology to being able to create something that can detect this dark energy. While some believe this can be used as a sort of power source that would be pretty much infinite, considering it makes up more matter than the matter that exists in our known universe, others theorize that perhaps the reason we can't see it is because we're not supposed to, and perhaps these are the fibers that hold us together from a fabricated reality of existence. The 2006 volleyball incident is the tragedy that never happened. See, a lot of people remember that there was an event of some kind, either a school shooting or a bombing, that happened during a high school volleyball game in 2006. Stories range, but everyone remembers that it came from either the Nebraska or Dakotas region of the United States, and several people remember specific details of people saying that it was worse than Columbine. There are several stories that exist online of people traveling to, say, Mount Rushmore, and then hearing on the radio that there has been a, quote, massacre at a high school. People remembering having conversations about how awful it is and how this relates to the bigger issue of gun control, and even weird details like the gym had a blue mascot, and in crime scene images, the net from the volleyball game was still up. However, there's no record of this, and there's no official reports that ever happened, and although people can vary on small details of the story, everyone universally agrees that it did happen who remember it. Most who believe the 2006 volleyball incident say it is
thing called when everyone is under the same, like, untrue idea? There's the Mandela effect, yeah.
an extreme example of the Mandela effect, or some form of government cover-up for a reason that isn't really known. Artificial Aliens says that perhaps aliens aren't just non-carbon based, like we began to theorize, but are not organic based or organic.
He's reading my mind, remember, all humans are
waves
connected.
That we hear from space every now and then? What if that's simply these things' manner of communication?
It's a funny rock.
What if these things don't even have a form of consciousness and exist as a life so far set apart from ours that we don't really comprehend it? Some even tie this into the greater theory of humanity's cycle, which I'll mention at some point either in this iceberg or a different video. But the idea that like 1 million years ago we were a functioning technological society and we sent these artificial creatures into space and they began to proliferate for themselves. And now these aliens that we're talking to are simply creatures we created out there in the cosmos somewhere. The secret Mongolian Empire is in reference to the idea that the Mongolian Empire never existed. Think about it this way. The Mongolian Empire would be the only empire that had no linguistic or cultural effects on the world around them after their disappearance. Not only that, but there exists no architecture to prove that they were ever a society structured together. And yes, while they were recorded as a nomadic society, there should still be something that shows where they are and where they inhabited. On top of that, there exists no Mongolian folklore or form of religion or legend or anything like that. It seems as they simply appeared then disappeared at random. Now, what we do know existed was Genghis Khan and the actions he committed in the area that is now known as China. The idea behind this theory is that Genghis Khan went on to create another government or society that wanted to continue to exist in the modern world, and so as to cover up their history to not appear as barbarians, they created the Mongolian Empire as a farce in order to write away their bad history. Non-space is another crazy physics concept, and the too long didn't read version would be a reverse black hole. The concept would essentially work like this. So a black hole, as we understand it, is a gravitational center that is so intense it pulls everything in that's around it, including light itself.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's say we created
That's
a vacuum through whatever means that sucked all matter out of a certain area, let's say an area the size of this water bottle. We've done that before, right? We've created vacuums in an area. But what if we used an energy that was so concentrated, we didn't just take all of the atoms out of this area, we took gravity itself out of this area. So now we have a perfectly absolute empty vacuum of space. Well, what that would do all at once is create an implosion. When all the gravity around this area immediately rushes to fill it, it would move at a rate so fast and so powerful that we don't really have numbers to comprehend it. So if you're thinking about this from a mass and energy perspective, the amount of energy being created by no change in mass would be astronomical. And while this is a concept that would normally be impossible, Concepts now being proven with high energy plasma say that we may be able to get an energy high enough to be able to remove that and therefore create even more energy through the implosion of gravity around it. This could, in theory, create a near infinite energy source, or at the very least, a means of harvesting gravity as a form of energy. Or, as I mentioned however many tiers ago, using a machine that can use gravity as a means of transportation through space. That's one possibility. The other possibility is it creates a super black hole and we all die in the blink of an eye. Either way, not our problem anymore. New Zealand 8th Continent is saying that the country of New Zealand is not part of the Australian continent as most believe, but actually its own separate entity. This has all been confirmed as New Zealand and New Caledonia have been analyzed underwater, and it's been shown that they exist on a plate separate of that of Australia. The theory being that whatever landmass New Zealand was a part of broke away from the shelves around it some however many long years ago, and New Zealand is one of the only structures that still stick up from this sunken 8th continent. And if once again you'll remember how I mentioned in past tiers, there are several theories that there are missing continents or one giant missing continent that would explain where different societies moved and different societies' influence on the world today, such as Lemuria. The answers to these missing gaps in societal history could exist in the sunken part of New Zealand, or if you're me, the underwater part of New Zealand is where the caves to Agartha are, and you can't tell me otherwise. Moon built by aliens is exactly what it says. The idea that the moon was built by aliens. I kind of mentioned this whenever I talked about the prison Earth concept, that idea of the moon being artificial kind of ties into it, but this is the more specific version. So for starters, it's an anomaly in itself that the moon exists as it does. Given a planet of our size, our moon should be about 40 miles long, whereas our moon is more like 2,000. Not only that, but there's structures on the moon that don't make a lot of sense, that have even had the name coined of shadow structures, which are supposedly artificial monoliths and things created on the moon as a sort of beacon or marker. Not only that, but seismic testing on the moon has shown that it takes up approximately 2% of the Earth's volume, which is way less than it should given its size. This implies, again, that the moon might be hollow. Hollow moon theory. Now, if we tie that back into the ancient aliens concept, the Zulu people had a legend that the moon was a great egg that was brought down to Earth and cracked open, which people came out of, and then was set back up in the sky and closed together. And going in line with the ancient aliens theory, if a race came down to Earth and did something similar and then ascended back to the moon, that's where the legend may have came from. Protein QRD4151 is a theory that there is a specific protein in the human genome that determines everything about the person it inhabits. Supposedly, the protein has had a lot of research that's been done to it silenced by big science and big pharma. Some theories about this relate to the idea that potentially the protein is the indicator of how much a human can connect to the spiritual realm around them. And there's other theories of it that range from everything to adaptability to race theory. So yeah, 2012 Mayan prophecy shift comes from the idea that the 2012 into the world from the Mayan calendar is just a misconception. In actuality, the Mayan calendar never ended at 2012, as researchers have equated it to. Just because your calendar ends at December 31st doesn't mean the world ends, it just means you need to get a calendar, which is the same situation that happened with the Mayans. They just built so far into the future, that doesn't mean that they said the end of the world was coming, that just means that's as big of a calendar as they made. And also, given the way our calendars worked, it wouldn't have been 2012 when their calendar ended, it would have been more like 2028, so don't worry, we could all still die. Aeromorphous psyop. So if you don't know what Aeromorphous is,
my head isn't harder, it has my
but
brains in it.
Rule 34 for animated
How else would I be
planes.
talking to you? Wait, what?
Anyway, so the theory is that those images were put online in order to sexualize aircraft to encourage the United States people to be more pro-war and encourage spending on aircraft, meaning it's state-sanctioned airplanes.
What a sexy airplane.
I love these theories so much because the idea that there was like a CIA agent sitting inside of the Pentagon and some general was like, how can we get these kids into bombing Syria? And some dude in a suit's like, I got an idea. Disneyland Secret Tunnels is in itself not a theory and is an actual system of tunnels that exist beneath Disneyland. Also known as the Utilidors, which stands for Utility Corridors, they were supposedly theorized by Walt Disney himself, who whenever he was in the Tomorrowland section of his park, saw a character walking through in a cowboy costume to get from one job to the other, and said it really took the magic out of it seeing someone in a spot they're not supposed to be. So instead, they built tunnels underneath Disneyland as a means of transportation for workers. These things have expanded to now they are storage, they are security, there's cafeterias, and even a hairdresser shop. If you get a behind the scenes tour at Disneyland, you can even see a portion of these tunnels which are color coded as a means to let people know which attraction they're walking towards. However, the theories come from the fact that these tunnels are about 400,000 square feet, and with many of them not being mapped to public knowledge, and disappearances occurring at Disney, and all the accusations of Disneyland with greater Illuminati conspiracies, you can figure out where they go from there. Because if there's miles worth of secret tunnels underneath a super rich multinational corporation's amusement park, of course there's going to be theories on it. Abaka alignment is the term used to describe the arrangement of the Egyptian pyramids. There's a lot of belief within the ideas of sacred geometry, or the idea that shapes hold particular meaning, that they were arranged in such this way as a tribute to some sort of god, although it's never specifically said within their religion that we.
1 second. One second, good sir.
Can find. What is interesting is during the initial overlooks of the moon, Russian spaceship Luna 9 and American spaceship Orbiter 2 caught interesting pictures of something on the dark side of the moon. After analyzing these images, they seem to be some of the shadow structures which I talked about earlier. So, supposedly artificial bodies on the moon, and they were arranged in the perfect shape of the pyramids in Egypt, following the Abaka alignment. So did something from the moon come to Egypt and have them build the pyramids like their thing on the moon? Or did something from the moon see the pyramids and then build them to match? I personally like the second one, because the ideas of aliens seeing our pyramids and structures we built and then trying to do them themselves is kind of cute. Bacterial humanity is the idea that humans themselves exist as a sort of bacteria. The theory sort of works like this. Imagine the Earth as the host, which is a living, breathing organism. We ourselves work as the bacteria or the infection, using the resources of the host in order to sustain ourselves. Naturally, the host produces antibodies as a means to kill the bacteria, which is everything on Earth that kills us. But we, as an infection, continue to grow and repopulate and adapt to such a point we don't have to worry about the host defense mechanisms anymore. So, as bacterial infections do, it will eventually get to a point in which we kill the host, therefore killing ourselves. So, big overall analogy, humans bad, Earth good. Yeah. Ancient glyphs on Saturn's moons is interesting. So Saturn's moons have always been pretty odd in the realm of astronomy. Like, not only are there a ton of them, but they're incredibly diverse in what their surface pertains. Again, this all ties back into Ancient Aliens, but the most interesting thing about all this to me is there are 2 moons that have these very odd geographic markings on them that scientists can't really explain, that look like this. And they can't really be explained as old water systems like they can on Mars, because there's not really tributaries and it doesn't look like the way water would flow. And general consensus is that they seem to be giant claw marks. I've got no theory for that, no jokes. That's the most terrifying, cool thing I've ever heard. Like a giant space eagle clawed 2 of Saturn's moons
What
Oh
the?
my gosh. That is some Dead Space H.P. Lovecraft material.
That's
and I, for one,
terrifying.
am here for it.
I
The
hate
Charlie
it.
Project I had never heard
Yeah,
of
that's
before
the general
researching for this video,
consensus, big
but I'm glad I
dog.
do now. Started by Megan Good in 2004, it is a database of every cold case missing persons file in the United States. Usually existing at more than 14,000. There's nothing that the site can really do to find these missing people, but it is a massive database for missing people in general. What normally happens after someone goes missing is the news and local police kind of stop the search for it, so Megan created this site as a means of maintaining some form of information about them. The cold cases on there date all the way from now to 1910. It exists not only as a database for investigators, as most are exclusive to, but also for any individual to look up and read. I, for one, went on there and clicked on a few stories of people local to my area, in which it gives their last known location, details about them, and what they were seen doing, and some of them are rather haunting. I may do a video about this site because they exist off of donations, and I think it's an important and useful database, so stay tuned for that. But I'm glad I know about the Charlie Project. I think it's something that's worth your time if you're interested, and as a matter of fact, I'll link it below next to the Scrabble video. Grain situation is another apocalypse theory. The idea being that across the world we've created all of these modified crops in order to feed people on a mass scale. These modified crops are resistant to everything from pesticide, insects, dehydration, natural competition, so on and so forth. So, what would happen if one of these super plants ever decided to become competitive itself? What if a specific grass plant began to kill all the grass plant in its area and grow out and out and out until it eventually dominates not only its ecosystem but ecosystems around it? The idea being it could eventually progress to the point where it kills out several species as it maintains domination, and eventually leads from everything to famines, fires, and in one long theory I read, even an ice age due to the mix of carbon emissions that would happen. So humans tried to make super plant to feed themselves, dust to dust, blah blah blah. Earth is bigger than the sun. Nope. The idea behind this is that the whole sun being bigger is a psyop, and like the governments have coordinated with spacecraft and all of that to just tell us that the sun is bigger for some reason. And it all goes back to the core belief of the conspiracy theory mantra, which is seeing is believing. So if you didn't see it, it's not real. Asterisk High Command comes from supposed contact
Who is
people
this
have
man?
made with aliens through
Why does he
something
want to
called
hold
channels.
hands?
Channels are essentially people who believe that
Why
they
does
have
his
been
story
given
things look
messages
like
from
the
extraterrestrials, and then they
Crystal
use that
Sages?
information to convey to others in order to proliferate whatever
God,
the aliens
it's the
said.
Crystal
George
Sage.
von Tessel is probably the most famous example of this, as in 1953 he said he received messages from a being known as Ashtar and started a movement off of those messages. He began an organization known as the Ministry of Universal Wisdom, who essentially worked as a
He looks like a
centralized
femboy,
hub
but
for
also
people
like the
who
Giga Chad
either
at the
believed in
same
UFOs
time.
or made contact with them. Von Tessel began by reinterpreting the Bible through the eyes of what Ashtar had told him, and came to conclusions such as Jesus Christ was an ET. Researching this stuff, the lore is expansive. Like, there are stories of these massive star fleets that Ashtar uses, as well as the history of their race of people, and yada yada yada. It goes on for a while, but this is basically a large group come together under this one belief of one alien super race. Ocean doesn't exist.
True.
Same as the sun being smaller than the earth. Nope. I wish that would make me sleep a lot easier at night. One theory on this did kind of work as a theory. It's the idea that the ocean actually doesn't have a bottom, and instead there is a gravitational center within the earth, that the ocean waters interflow and connect with each other, so technically the ocean is unlimited and underneath every continent. However, most research with this is just saying that it's a psyop, and it's like, well, have you ever went from one side of the ocean to the other and kept track that you weren't flipped around or whatever, so you're just in a really big lake? Which, I mean, technically, yeah, I guess the ocean is a really big lake, but you get the point. And if you did cross the ocean and keep track, well, I guess you're just in on it.
Well, have any
It's
of
another
you?
one of those I didn't see it, therefore it's not true things. Geometric algorithmic shortcuts is referring to the fact that in geometry there are certain patterns that begin to show up more and more often. For example, if you're trying to diagram how energy will react in a sort of vacuum or environment, it often comes out in a sort of ellipsis shape. There's beliefs that this is the reason the ellipsis is used as a symbol for infinity,
Make sure it wasn't a
or
big lake.
the afterlife, or what have you. And this theory goes on to say, well, our universe is made to be shaped like a
Sure they didn't flip you around
reaction,
halfway.
or the entire solar system itself is made to look like a man, or this all relates back to the ideas of sacred geometry and the idea that our greater plane of existence around us manifests itself through shapes. Morali de Spiral, which close enough, also known as the spiral, references the artist and architect Friedrich Hundertwasser, who was known for his idea that straight lines were awful in art, represented no creativity, and you should never use them. This again kind of relates to the idea of sacred geometry, as Hundertwasser kind of viewed the ideas of free-flowing lines as an expression of life itself. However, what's interesting about this, so if you imagine free-flowing lines as they travel roundabout as an expression of life and carelessness, then a spiral would be life inevitably making itself.
Yeah, and then they put his drawing in a square.
Basically, the idea that in his artwork, the spiral was the symbol for death or the inevitable. And as his artwork goes on, you can see spirals being incorporated more and more into his works. The idea that through his artwork, we can see how he began to recognize the inevitability of where he'd end up. So if this idea of free-thinking geometry as a means of representing life is true, then a spiral could be used as a symbol of not only death and the inevitable, but an omen of badness itself. So some people have taken this idea and adapted it to the idea that spirals themselves are bad juju and you shouldn't look at them or have one around you. So again, if we apply this to the last concept of shortcuts and see that the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, then what is that supposed to mean? Bioma over genoma is saying that perhaps the biology within your body or the bacteria inside of you are more important than your actual genes. This has actually been theorized for a while. In 2007, the Human Microbiome Project was put together to experiment on this very concept. And while it's not true, the whole myth that there's more bacteria cells in your body than there are human cells in your body, there certainly are a lot. And since bacteria play a huge role in not only fending off disease but performing metabolic processes within the body, then maybe there is some credence to the fact that it doesn't necessarily matter how you're born, but more so what you take in afterwards. This would explain the reason that sometimes children who are protected from the world around them and aren't allowed to interact with the bacteria develop diseases later in life because they don't have a healthy immune system. Not because of tolerance or anything like that, as most people think, but because they just simply need more bacteria as a means of helping their own system. Hive mind induction is a theory behind how we may be now working our way towards a hive mind. The idea being that we are currently laying the groundwork for what will later become a massive conglomerate of thought. This is done through media and other sources around us trying to push us all towards knowing everything that's currently going on, or in other words, making sure we're all on the same page with the information dump that's given to us daily. Whereas the next step would be a unified thought, which some argue the media is already pushing its way for, and this would all inevitably end to Elon Musk shooting us in the brain with a super chip that connects all of our thoughts together, and we become one giant planet thing. Sort of similarly related is the idea of field consciousness. So for those that don't know, consciousness is kind of an anomaly in science. While we understand where thoughts come from and ideas, the factor of consciousness itself and the things that make up us as a person are kind of a mystery. Like, for example, there's no space in your brain for memory, or at least none that we can find. So the idea behind field consciousness is like a field in physics. Around us sort of exists this ethereal anatomy of what our consciousness is that we pull from whenever we need it, and that's where memory and higher order thought come from. This would also give credence to the theory that I mentioned however many tiers back, that humans sort of learn as a collective. So whenever someone learns one capability, the person next to them is more likely to learn it. Or the idea that as soon as someone breaks a record in something, more people begin to break that record rapidly. So not only are your thoughts and memories out there for you to gain access from, but others, even if involuntarily, are able to do the same. This could also be seen as an explanation for seemingly random or unknown memories, and deja vu. Chaos banking is a wild concept. I'm going to do my best to explain it. So the theory goes in line with the idea that eventually we will get to the point that we run out of physical materials to trade for currency. So we'll quit that, and then we'll move into trading like electricity and energy, and then we'll run out of that, and eventually get to such a point as an existence of whatever being we are at that point in future that we trade temporal anomalies. And the thing that would be traded as a temporal anomaly is chaos, or in other words, anomalies themselves as they exist throughout time. So assuming at that point in the future they've managed to manipulate or go back to time in some way, those beings in the future could be cashing in on the currency that is chaos right now. So think of it this way: you're going about your life normally, and then something out of the usual happens. That creates a bit of temporal chaos. These beings from the future use that chaos as part of their banking system. Now go a step further and say seemingly totally random, supernatural, everything from UFOs to ghosts could just be these things from the future sort of mining our presence in order to create more temporal cash. If this theory that in the future temporal energy can be harnessed for whatever reason, then slight alterations in the timeline as a means of producing energy or wealth could be utilized. So random things that happen to you aren't actually random. They are just a race of super people eons in the future using it to profit at your expense.
Thank you.
So, there's nothing you can do about it. Doom ecology is accelerationism applied to ecology. The idea is that we are constantly hurting the earth. So what we need to do is rapidly accelerate this hurting of the earth so that the earth can begin to kill us off, and then we can worry about the next steps. The core belief in accelerationism, as it's tied to politics, is the idea that we can't make any progress while we're heading downhill, so we might as well jump to the bottom so we can begin to work our way back up. This is that only with nature, so we need to jump to the mass extinction event of humanity, and then we can start to rebuild. So we might as well get it over with while we're here. Kim IRL is in reference to the Kim thing from Elder Scrolls, which is sort of escaping your human body. And this is mostly just a joke or misinformation on here, as I've talked about earlier. However, I did find one Reddit thread in which the person recommended that they should wear dark clothes and grow out all the hair on their face, and that'll do it. So okay. Tomoko Umaya is one of the channels for extraterrestrials, which I talked about earlier, who began writing books in 1994. Supposedly, he has made contact with several extraterrestrial bodies and has written many books about these altercations. There's a lot of expansive stuff he gets into in his work, with most of it being ideas of how aliens have affected us through human history, and the idea that there will be great terraforming events for the aliens to do things, I guess, and he exists as a modern example of a channel. Nuclear grid theory is the concept of ley lines applied to nuclear science. For those that don't know, ley lines is the idea that across the earth there are these natural magnetic centers that sort of flow as they travel around the globe. A lot of the theories with them say that ancient civilizations purposefully placed their structures and temples on these ley lines even if they weren't conscious of it, as some sort of greater spiritual vision intended for them to, or because it created more symbiosis or what have you. Supposedly, after the nuclear strikes that occurred at the end of World War II, they opened up a secondary set of ley lines. The idea being that such a massive energy expansion at once caused a sort of second plane of ley lines to be unfolded, or we created enough energy to jump up to this next plane of being. And along this new set of ley lines, supernatural events have taken place. Everything from ghost sightings to UFO sightings to Bigfoot encounters and what have you. Basically, the idea that the reason supernatural occurrences have proliferated so much in the 21st century and into the 20th century is because we sort of opened the door. Tier 8 is titled The Reality Hacker, and the description...
War is fake, true. JFK shot himself. I thought the theory was that his friend shot him. Door dogs. Antarctica provocation. Okay. Fire is alive. Eating food makes you age. Deep soy. Math hacker. Hostile plants. Codification. Are we becoming cards? Bugs. Bugsy. Human immortality. Enchanted websites or Black Snake Prophecy, Nephilim Protocols, Forest Stairs, Expanding Earth, UFOs or atmospheric life forms, Neanderthal superiority, air is poison, true, Sky Snack Theory, Cosmic Censorship Cottage.
Reads, at extreme depths, the very structure of reality as you know it vanishes. Able to control the flow and having mastered the world and those around you, one last question remains. Can you master yourself? De-patterning is closely related to a concept known as psychic driving. Essentially, psychic driving works like this. It is a concept that by taking a person and making them listen to the same sounds and words and codes over and over, you can begin to work their personality backwards. This is all working off of the idea that a personality is developed by an individual over time and slowly built up as that person grows and matures, which means therefore you can deconstruct it. Or in other words, a means of unlearning learned behavior. There are records of this occurring during the MK Ultra experiments because of course there are. The theory was that showing someone specific visuals or making them listen to specific audio strands forward, backwards, and every other way will eventually cause them to begin to forget themselves. So that's psychic driving. De-patterning is everything I just said with electric shock therapy and LSD. De-patterning isn't only trying to reset someone's personality, it's also trying to dig all the way down to their subconscious. The idea being the combination of electric shock therapy and drugs could allow for the observer to speak to the bottom level of a person's psyche. Take that a step further, and some apply this concept to modern media, with the idea being there are very subtle tones and secret messages, and this is similar to backtracking, hidden in a lot of media we consume as a means of keeping us either docile or slowly chipping away at our higher order thinking. Or in other words, your mom was right. Too much TV fries your brain. Illuminati are the good guys is exactly what it says. However, to get to the true meaning of it, you have to analyze the Illuminati itself. See, when the original Illuminati began, because it was an actual organization, in the 1700s, the idea was these French noblemen came together in order to start an organization that would allow for the people to more so govern themselves, or at least a small group of people to decide what happens to them. This was done by having members of the Illuminati infiltrate the government and proliferating the ideas that the group wanted across governments and peoples. However, if the original group standard of self-governance is it, then maybe they're not necessarily as evil as we think they are. This theory is saying that maybe this organization's purpose was to make sure the government doesn't get too out of hand. And considering what governments have been capable of throughout history, perhaps there needs to be a group of people to keep them in check. So, therefore, all of the hate we know about them, or ideas of the Illuminati being evil devil worshippers, would be the result of centuries-long smear campaigns against the group proliferated by governments. And this demonization that they have done against the organization would be a means of making themselves seem the good guys in a historical context. The Illuminati, of course, assuming they do exist, would have to exist from the shadows and therefore cannot defend themselves openly. So think of it this way. If the Illuminati is real and they're working behind the scenes of world governments in order to proliferate the small group's idea, then who's to say they're the bad guys? Because, you know, it's not like a government would lie to us about a group of people who they don't like. I mean, the government doesn't lie, guys. Like, come on. Demolition Elves refers to sightings that have happened across the world that before and after disasters, people have seen these small creatures at the site of the event. Historically, description of these things match up with that of trolls and elves. Either short, stumpy creatures that don't have human proportions, or these impossibly skinny figures that seem to dance across the rubble of whatever building just collapsed. The most famous examples of this being 9/11 and the Silver Bridge incident, which after both of them, several witnesses reported seeing small people crawling across the rubble. Theories of these creatures range from everything that they are these evil sort of demons that enact natural disasters in order to be bad, I guess, or that perhaps these things are summoned by the parties in question to get across whatever
Elves
motive
did
they
none
want.
of
Or
them,
perhaps
true.
these things are summoned by the parties that actually committed the disaster, because if you think
I'm
about
the
it,
dumbest
if
enough,
you believe
yeah.
in demons and you think demon summoning's real, then who's to say that
Pointy
people
Earth
wouldn't use
shadow.
those capabilities in order to do not so nice
Exploding everything.
stuff. War is fake isn't saying
Sounds
that no
cute.
wars ever happen, just the motivations for them. A lot of this relates back to shadow organizations and things like the
To what
Illuminati, because if there's things that
organizations?
exist in the supernatural realm that
For
the
what?
regular people don't know about, but these higher elitist rings do, then it makes sense that there would be battling of some kind over them. And if that's true, then several of the wars throughout history that we as the public know for being over money or land or what have you could actually be over these more important ideas. Like what I talked about a couple
they're
tiers
not
back.
how to
The
organize
US didn't
nations.
invade Iraq for oil. It was for the Stargate, obviously. I'm just going to start like a history series on this channel where I take tragedies throughout history like wars and famines or whatever and make entirely baseless claims like
Yeah,
the
let's
plague,
go.
right?
Sounds
Those
fun.
people weren't killed by a disease. No, it was giants and also
It was always giants.
Hitler. And then I'll just turn
Okay.
off the comments and say that anyone who disagrees with me is in on the conspiracy.
Based.
YouTube's so fun. Tesseract, Earth, or universe is referring to the shape of a tesseract.
Yeah!
So we understand the universe to exist in 3 dimensions.
Big
That
square.
being height, width, and depth.
I'm
Right?
tired
This
of
is often
flat
shown
Earth.
through the
I want
example
big
of a
square.
square. If you have a flat square, that's 2-dimensional because it goes height and length. If you have a cube, that's 3-dimensional because it's height, length, and depth. The idea of a tesseract is that it is a 4-dimensional cube, which means it would exist in a 4th dimension that we can't directly observe. As you're probably aware, if you're at tier 8 of the iceberg at this point, there are several theories about different dimensions that we can't directly see as people, but they would still exist nonetheless. The most common of which being time and the idea that it can be manipulated. However, we existing as people can just pass through it at one pace in one direction. So the tesseract existing as a 4-dimensional square, when applied to the Earth or universe, implies that there is
Mining
these
and
greater 4th-dimensional
crafting.
properties that we can't exactly understand. In other words, either the planet we live on or the universe we exist in is moving a lot more complexly than we can see, and perhaps anomalies, which could be everything from random explosions to supernatural sightings, could just be the results of these 4th-dimensional occurrences that we can only catch glimpses of. Oh boy, this one. So as soon as I started this iceberg and scrolled through it real quick, this was like the first one I saw, and I was thinking, there is no way I can do this, but I'm about to. Remember how in tier 2 of this iceberg, way back before I was a YouTuber and all, I talked about quantum suicide and immortality? The reason I spent so much time talking about it was to justify this one. In the theory of
Okay.
quantum suicide and immortality, it followed the idea that anything that can happen will happen in one branching universe. So if string
believe
theory
it.
is to be believed, and if the idea of these infinite universes is to
JFK
be believed,
wanted to
then that
prank
means
everyone
every
with it.
possible outcome has to exist within one of these worlds. Which, as I explained with quantum suicide and
Wait, I thought his
immortality,
driver
that
shot
means
him.
for every individual there has to be a
Or he
universe
was
where
in
they
on it or
live at a
something.
theoretical forever, and a universe in which they commit
Yeah,
not
see,
alive
Anna does.
at every possible point forever and ever. So that means in one example,
Wife, we need to talk. I keep seeing the smell on your stream and you don't lie to me and say he's just a friend. So what is it to him or me? Yeah, I tis you. Mwah. I don't care about the man. I don't care about him. I just want to hear his funny conspiracy theories.
existing universe, there has to be a version where John F. Kennedy committed suicide while in the motorcade at Dallas.
Okay.
So who's to say that we aren't that universe? Perhaps
We
that's
are
why
in
the
the
CIA was so
universe.
weird about it. Because at the height of this political turmoil with Russia, how awful does it look if a leader commits suicide?
True.
What if, as Lee Harvey Oswald said, he was the patsy because they needed an excuse? What if the pressure of being the leader of one of the world's superpowers was too much for JFK and he couldn't take it anymore? And what if he wanted to go out during a parade with the whole world watching? That, or he just ran a really long string, like from the car up to the window, and then just
You
was
versus
really
the
good at timing it.
conspiracy
And the best
theorist,
thing
she
about
tells you
quantum
not
suicide
to,
and
Emma.
immortality, that
It's not
had to
about the
happen somewhere.
conspiracy theorist, it's
Might
about
as
the
well be
conspiracy
here,
theorist.
and you literally can't fight me
I'm
on it,
literally
because
looking at the
that's
subtitles
how the
and
theory
glimpsing
works.
around his
Everything
room,
that can
and now and
happen
again checking
happens
out his
somewhere.
shirts.
So here it
He didn't
is, and if
trust me.
anyone's in the comments
I
calling
don't
me
know how
stupid
many
for it, well,
Hawaiian
guess what?
shorts
They
he
work for
owns.
the CIA. See, it's that easy. I love my job. Mao statues for Rapa Nuians, which I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Again, sorry. Which these statues are the technical name for the commonly known Easter Island statues. See, once the first settlers of the industrialized world arrived at Easter Island, these statues were already in place. According to the mythology of the people, this was statues to commemorate the Rapa Nuians, or the original founders of the island itself. However, there are theories circulating that these old original founders of the island died and were set in their place as the statues. Now, while most normies would take this to mean that the statues were built on top of the Rapa Nuians' gravesite, or perhaps their land, cool people believe that perhaps these statues aren't statues at all and are quite literally the fossilized remains of these first people. Or, in other words, giants. So the Easter Island statues are frozen giants, and just like JFK shooting himself, you cannot tell me I'm wrong. Math Hacker has to do more with an overarching theory with numbers that exist in the known universe. Because when you think about it, numbers are really amazing, and the fact that they can be used to quantify every known occurrence within the known universe, or the fact we can do things like make equations to figure out how the speed of light interacts with blah 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 or whatever. What this theory is saying is that perhaps through the use of numbers, one could gain the ability in order to manipulate reality itself. Or in other words, the secrets of the universe, or the secrets of the simulation we're in, as some would say with this theory, because there's another bigger theory that numbers are the lines of code that exist in our computer, but that's for another day. Math could be used to hack the universe, basically. The real meaning of Hybrid RPG was so weird to find information on. So it was a role-playing game called Hybrid that was canceled in 2002. The only existing text file of it is a rule set that the author says is roughly 30% completed at the time of the cancellation. Reading through this thing, not only is it absolutely massive, but it just seems like sort of insane ravings. Like, for example, there are over 500 rules, and the rules are really weird, and they cross-reference each other, so while you're reading one rule, you have to scroll down to like 278, and then that rule is just some talk about how politics works, so then you go back up to 3, and then it says you have to jump down to 400, and the whole thing kind of works like that. Several of the rules are just very long equations for things like how gravity interacts in a sphere, and really weird specific stuff. However, what leads to interest are some of the references that are made throughout the rule sheet. Like, for example, one part, the author begins talking about the Matrix and how important it is to understand the walls of the simulation you're within. That goes back to the theory that the real meaning of the hybrid RPG was to create a rule set for the world we exist in, or to create a rule set for a simulation of the world we exist in, or we're the simulation and these are some of the rules for where we exist. That would explain the talk of politics, that would explain why the Matrix and ideas of a simulation were brought up, and why equations for how gravity works and very specific concepts of physics kept being brought up. The idea being that this RPG itself was perhaps a look through the cracks at what our reality actually is, or a warning to us of what our reality actually is. Deep Soy is closely related to the weaponized femboy thing I talked about in the last tier. So in that theory, it was the idea that soy is used on other countries as a means of immobilizing their masculine population. Whereas Deep Soy is saying that perhaps the government would do that same thing to their own people. The idea being that higher ups have implanted this idea of societal laziness. Or in other words, everything is about looking at a screen, sitting down and doing nothing, and letting other people take care of issues for you. And according to the theory, this leads to everything from obesity rates going through the roof, and a reliance on law enforcement, as well as a trust of elected officials. Or in other words, people want someone else to take care of the problems because they themselves have been taught to not take care of their own problems. So the idea of Deep Soy is perhaps governments are immobilizing their people as either a means of just putting domination over them, or preparation for some final step of some kind. My money's on the weaponized femboys thing, but I guess we'll have to find out. I don't know if I can say this word on YouTube. Probably not. So the Tibetan prostitution stocks refers to the rampant rates of prostitution that exist within the region of Tibet. So Tibet politics is weird. Pretty much China tells them what to do and Tibet's not happy about it, or at least from all the research I've done, that seems to be the case. So prostitution's illegal in China, but Tibet does not care. To put it into perspective, prostitution is so rampant in some parts of Tibet that in some of the cities I was reading about, 10% of the women are involved in prostitution, which 10% itself may not seem like a lot, but think if any city that you're familiar with had 10% of the people as prostitutes, what that would mean not only for the economy, but of the societal rings around it. Now, again, it's illegal, so all of these are officially done as massage parlors and day spas and other stuff that we all actually know what's going on. So in that whole 10% thing, that's 10% of places where it's a known fact that it's a prostitution ring, which means the actual number is probably higher. So the whole theory around it is we know that elitist circles and governments like to do not so nice things to people that don't deserve. I'm talking about the Epstein stuff. So the idea being that perhaps China knows that it's such a rampant problem in Tibet but lets it go because it's a means of appeasing their world clientele that they host in this disgusting way. Or in other words, China doesn't do anything about it because powerful, important people in the world doesn't want anything to be done about it. After that last one, this is where I clarify that this is a YouTube channel. I am only making jokes. None of these are serious. And hopefully, yeah, we're talking about a weird one next, so that it's fine. It's just jokes. Haha, jokes. Fire is alive is a concept that fire itself is alive. For one, think about our concepts of what constitutes life and how many of them fire is in line with. It reproduces. It grows on its own. It maintains a homeostasis thermal temperature to itself. It moves on its own. And it eats and excretes on its own as well. Really, the only thing that it doesn't have in common with understood life is that it's not made up of cells. But as we've talked about earlier on this chart, perhaps something doesn't need to be made up of cells or carbon-based in order to exist. In other words, concepts of energy beings or supernatural things from another dimension that simply pierce through the veil occasionally as energy creatures can be seen with fire itself. Or at the very least, perhaps how plasma is formed within fire and is a constantly replicating energy source that could be the secret to other forms of life outside of our understanding. Eating food makes you age. While this is apparent on the chart, is technically true because if you don't eat, you'll die, which means you won't get any older. So, checkmate, atheist. I mean, technically, like, aging is caused by telomeres being cut in the body as someone continues to not die. And technically, the energy that is used from ATP in order to cut these telomeres comes from food. So, I mean, kind of, sort of. But again, the alternative is you die. So, you know, pick and choose, I guess. Antarctica prevarication is simply saying that the conversation around Antarctica is often kind of weird. Specifically, the way that organizations cover up stuff about Antarctica is odd. Like, for example, there were satellite images of what appeared to be a pyramid that was seen in Antarctica from a satellite, to which the governments collectively all at once went, oh, it's a mountain. Yeah, it's a mountain. So then someone pointed out that there was another pyramid that was very similarly shaped nearby, and they're like, yeah, that one's a mountain too. It's just mountains. Don't look at the pictures anymore. And if you're familiar with a lot of the hunts for Hitler that happened after World War II, all of the public questioning of U-boats potentially making their way towards Antarctica was shut up immediately and no one looked into it. Just look at Operation High Jump, which I also talked about in Tier 2 for an example of that. And then you start looking at all the cave systems that may exist underneath Antarctica because of the way poles work, and that if the Earth's a magnetic field, then it makes sense that there would be more of a rift of the rock in Antarctica. And then keep in mind that governments just keep on saying that it's a totally desolate wasteland. It's just hundreds and thousands of miles of ice, and there's nothing more to look at. It's just nothing. And then realize that after World War II, the Antarctica Treaty was made, which is an organization of governments that say no normal people can go to the island without government approval. I use island loosely. This thing's like one of the largest continents on the planet. And all the other misdirection and weird secrets that have to do with it. And it makes you wonder. And the more research I do about all this crazy stuff, the more I realize, maybe all those textbooks that I've read that have said the Earth is just a solid ball and there's nothing underneath it besides us are really dumb. Because if you've ever looked at like a porous rock that is full of holes because it has
Sauce.
water and stuff on it, and then you think that
Mega
the Earth
sauce,
is just
maybe?
a giant composite rock with 75% water all over it.
I'm
and
gonna
then
go
you
to
think that I'm
Antarctica.
sure there's nothing beneath
We
us.
gotta
It's
check
just
it out ourselves,
straight
gang.
solid rock, and everything that the government tells us is true, and there's definitely not giants underneath. And I am going off the deep end. All right, back to it. 1800s technology, while there are some really crazy concepts in it. See, in the early 1800s, before we discovered how cool electricity was, technology was going a whole other direction. Like, for example, in the early 1800s, there was a prototype for something known as prana rays, which were essentially sunglasses that, when put on, would supposedly show you the aura of the person you were looking at. Combine that with concepts that in dowsing, there were these special rods that, when held in the air, would bend in the direction of water underneath the earth. And it makes you think of, if it wasn't for electricity and the modern conveniences we have, where technology would have gone in the more spiritual direction.
Everything.
Door dogs are a legend that originates in Africa, which
dog.
essentially says that whenever someone is about to die, as they're passing through a doorway, a small dog can be seen with them. In every case, the person who is about to die cannot see the dogs themselves. A lot of the first-hand accounts I read were really interesting. Like, for example, there was a European hunter who was in Africa for a while and spoke with several of the locals about the legends of these door dogs, and he himself, while riding, was fearful because earlier that week, when passing through a doorway, a young child asked what the dog was next to him, and of course he couldn't see the dog.
The dog
But shortly afterwards, the guy riding this door died. So that's not weird at all. And while the concept of it may be scary, in most traditions I read, it seems as if this is seen as not necessarily a good thing, but a peaceful thing, as if the small dog is a sort of guide or comfort to pass you on into the next life. One worldness has to do with a concept of analyzing humanity itself. Essentially, think of it this way. A lot of the times we look at certain empires that have risen and fallen, or certain groups of people that have gone through trouble, and we see that as an isolated incident, whereas
I turn and face you. I say to you, what the dog doing? You have a heart attack and die instantly from terror.
one worldness is saying they are all parts or individuals in the actual experiment that's happening, which
terrifying,
is
right?
the world. Or in other words, all occurrences that have ever happened are part of one continuous string that we are still on, which would mean that no real change or learned behavior from the previous examples is possible, or the whole those who forget history are doomed to repeat it is sort of an inevitable conclusion, as we're going to repeat the same thing over and over because we're still all part of the same experiment, which all ties back into simulation theory again, because perhaps we were all set up as this program in a computer in order to see what the results of all this would be. I mean, look at me. I'm fake. I'm in a box right now behind a screen talking to you about how you're actually behind a screen. Isn't that just weird? I'm probably fake. You don't know. I may not even be real. See this coffee cup? This isn't real either. Every time the Science or Hollow Earth comes up in one of these videos, I'm just so weird for the rest of it. Fukushima's gateway refers to the Fukushima reactor disaster that happened on March 11th of 2011. For those that don't know, Fukushima was a large nuclear power plant in Japan that an earthquake and tsunami destroyed the plant and almost caused a super bad nuclear meltdown. The historical story is very interesting. Short version, essentially what happened is they needed a way to cool down the reactor really, really fast, and all of the power supplies and all the fail-safes had gone bad because of the earthquake and tsunami. So the solution was they just knocked the thing down and had ocean water pour over it as a means of cooling it down, so there wouldn't be a super nuke disaster, which worked. However, the theory is the energy that was released, because there was a lot of radioactive energy released at once, was enough to open up a portal or gateway. This all goes back into the idea that we can't perceive dimensions around us, and as a means to break into these other dimensions, it would take a lot of energy, say a nuclear reactor. So this theory goes a step further and says perhaps the disaster was purposeful, and that's why every single security or failsafe system went down, because someone had sabotaged it. And perhaps either someone crossed over to another dimension or something from the other dimension came here, which honestly, if you think about it, has anything been normal since 2011? That's what I thought. Lottery exists to catch time travelers. Yeah, this one's fun though. I like the idea that there's an agency in the future that time traveling is such a problem. They're like, oh, we'll go back in time and make there be a lot of money. And then it's just like bear traps set up for people who go back in time. But yeah, this one's fun. I like it. Whatever. Psyops don't exist is referring to psychological operations. This could have a lot of different definitions. However, the most common one is the idea of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, it's like this. Say that I tell you about the Illuminati, and I say that there is this super evil group of people who work in world governments. And then you get really worried about the Illuminati, so you get all your rich super elitist friends together and say that you all have to go proliferate world governments to make sure nothing bad happens. Which means, because of me telling you that and you trying to react to it, you have created the thing that you were afraid of. Or in other words, paranoia of what might go wrong causes things to actually go wrong. And there's no fake stories that exist if people just keep making them boogeyman that they're afraid of. Vertical universe is the counterpoint to a horizontal universe. So say that we're moving through time in existence and everything's kind of flat, like we can move from it side to side. What if it's actually vertical? Or in other words, we are moving in a directly straight line with the existence above us and below us, something that we can't really reach. While this kind of falls in line with a very narrow existence of the universe, as some physicists think that we are in, you could take it a step further and say perhaps ideas of deities and demons are just people in either the future or past who have mastered a way to get to the higher or lower planes of existence. Or kind of the concept we exist as we're walking through a very long skyscraper, and some people have figured out to go to different floors. Prophecy's enforcing agency is the idea that there are organizations throughout history whose sole purpose is to make sure that prophecies come true. A lot of these series relate back to the Bible, and specifically the predictions of Revelation that there will be a government in this place and a government doing this, and then this will happen as in line with the end times. And perhaps organizations like the Illuminati or the Freemasons are simply existing behind the scenes to make sure things go to plan. And then I guess it would depend on if these predictions are good or bad, if things like the Illuminati or the Freemasons would be good or bad. And if you look at some of the predictions from the Bible, some of those things are eerily true. So perhaps there are secret people behind the scenes making sure that everything stays according to the higher plan. Consciousness beamed from Moonbase. Okay. A lot of these series go back to the whole idea of prison Earth, or the idea that we are not native to this planet,
with the moon?
and that the moon itself is sort of existing as our
One of these
warden.
has
So
to be
our
true,
consciousness and our understanding are
speaking.
regulated to make sure we don't get outside of our means of
I've heard
containment.
this
And
one
this also
before,
can
actually.
be in relation
What
to
does that
the
say,
commonly
Mommy?
thought question of what comes
Moon is
first, thought
definitely
or
real.
language, because some people consider it to be impossible to
They're
have thought
laughing
without
at us.
language.
It does seem pretty
but, like,
sus.
what do you think people who have never heard a language do? Just don't think? So perhaps these greater overlords that have us in prison here aren't just monitoring where we go or what we do, but also how we think. Panergic men, or panergic people, is in reference to special people who have existed throughout history. See, the word panergic itself basically means multiple skills, or someone that can accomplish several tasks. And it's basically saying that people throughout history who have accomplished tremendous feats, which is everything from empires to technological advances, are in themselves a higher order of person. And most of the theories of this also go back to simulation theory and say that perhaps every time that we become stagnant within our simulation, a certain character is deposited, even without them knowing it, as a means to cause people to move or to cause events to happen. Or in other words, protagonists are randomly set up throughout human history as a means of keeping the story interesting. Human immortality, as it's referred to on the iceberg, is tied to something known as the induced amnesia theory. Essentially what it's saying is that the body itself does deteriorate and eventually die, but the human consciousness lasts forever. Or in other words, it essentially forms as a sort of essence, and it's been the jobs of secret societies throughout history as a means of placing them in their new host. So basically, the soul isn't necessarily a soul that passes on to the afterlife after death, and is instead physically given to whatever the next body's going to be. And furthermore, information of this getting out to the public has led to theories throughout history, such as reincarnation. So in other words, humans are immortal, but the body itself is not. Elite controls the population with their permission, has to do with an overarching idea of the New World Order. Basically, the higher ups develop ways in order to thin out populations, whether it be disease every 100 years or wars over points that they don't actually care about. So in other words, if two governments come to the agreement that they need to thin out the herd, One will pose a fake threat to the other so that way they can go to war and lower their population numbers. This also applies further into saying that pushes in the media for people to have less children are part of a greater conspiracy, and that fabrications of resource scarcity are just that, fabrications. And if you'll remember earlier in the iceberg, I mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, which if I believe right, it said population needs to be kept to 500 million. This would be the way of getting to that. Bugsy on this iceberg is referring to the movie Bugsy, which is a movie about the gangster known as Bugsy Siegel. Bugsy Siegel was a mobster who was killed by the mob because he was supposedly stealing money and incorrectly managing funds. Bugsy renovated and began the Flamingo Casino in Las Vegas, which at the time was pretty much just a water hole in the middle of the desert. And many believe Bugsy as being...
I need to go pound on my nose, you guys. Need to go do that, okay? I'll be back. Okay. Yeah, nice job, forehead. I wouldn't have even seen you. That's it. Run away, you little bitch. Run away. How old am I? Why would you ask a lady that? I'm 2 years old, of course. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keep smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. Will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was singing this song. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keep smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. Now next week, will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was singing the song. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again. Some sunny day. Yay! See you soon. Hi. Hello, hi. I said goodnight to my forest elder. She was going to bed. She always seems to be going to bed when I'm powdering my nose. This either means one of two things. One, I have meticulously good timing. Or two, I powder my nose very often.
Being the one who made Las Vegas what it currently is. However, it's with these funds that he got from East Coast mafia groups in order to start and renovate the Flamingo Hotel that he started to scrape money off the top, which of course they didn't like. So then he was murdered and went down in history as being a bad guy who started one of the most famous cities in America. The theory is that the movie Bugsy, which portrays him as a sort of charismatic gangster archetype in movies, was created in order to take prejudice away from the ideas of Sin City itself. Or in other words, Las Vegas, which is known as the city of sin and has gambling and all that stuff, didn't want their image tied in with an evil gangster.
And then we'll see how I feel after my bath. I might be tired and go to sleep, or maybe we'll
was a website developed
maybe
by
play
Gene
something
Ray
for the.
in 1997.
Just
And
depends
to be
how I
honest
feel.
with you guys,
My energy levels are really, really strange nowadays. I don't know if it's because of the Subathon, or if it's because of my meds, or it's probably everything. But basically what happens is I have energy. Lots of energy. And then my energy just suddenly plummets in 5 seconds. I go from having a ton of energy to being a zombie. Which you might have noticed happened today. After Shadow Mama left, I went and deflated. And that's why I've been watching videos. That's why I'm a React Andy right now. And then, yeah. And then sometimes it comes back. After a few hours, and we watch it. I want to play something. Or do something. And then maybe with the pizza, my tummy hurt after the pizza. We should be in the pizza. And then sometimes the energy doesn't come back and I just go to sleep. I don't know, I think it's just Shadow Mama being on here was a lot. So then her going was brrr.
Gene is an absolute crackpot. Basically, the gist of what he said is that time itself does not work in a linear line and is instead 4 sides that we travel through. Because of this, every single day 96 hours actually occur, but we only experience 24. Whereas the other hours are experienced in those respective timelines. So basically, you could think of this as string theory or alternate realities, only instead of infinite, it's just 4. It goes on to say that at midday and midnight, the sun and moon of each of these realities are perfectly in sync with each other, and people cross over into other ones without realizing it. So basically, explanations to the Mandela effect and stuff like that are due to people accidentally crossing over whenever all 4 planes line up. I also have to mention, because I can't not mention this, he said that standing at each of the corners as guardians were Jesus, Einstein, Socrates, and Bill Clinton. So remember, kids, if you ever experience the Mandela effect and think you may have gone into an alternate reality, blame Bill Clinton. Technocracy theory is something in itself that kind of theorizes the idea that the world itself is run by technology. However, this is specifically saying that an AI system runs everything. The idea being that over the years, as we've become more reliant on technology, the higher-ups or elitists have built machines in order to tell us what to do. This all has to do with the illusion of choice. So, say an election, for example, you may vote expecting a candidate to get it, whereas the AI has already predicted the best turn of events things and decided what's going to happen. The idea behind it being that free will throughout time has been replaced with comfort, and that now in these final stages of a technocracy that we have built for ourselves, the AI makes every decision, but
Give
we've
my
given away
hours
so much
back,
free
Bill
will at this point
Clinton.
we can't even tell.
Picture of me
Wetico
holding a
is
gun to Bill
Native
Clinton's
American
head and
legend
saying,
that has to
give
do
me
with
my
the spirit
hours
of
back,
greed
you
and
fucker.
selfishness. The basic idea behind
With
this
no
is that it is
context.
a virus that can infect people
How about
if
that?
people allow it to, that makes someone become more self-desired and individualistic instead of caring for a community. The root word of Wetico is the same root word for Wendigo, whereas the Wendigo has to do with someone becoming cannibalistic and the desire of gluttony that overtakes them. Wetico is
It's a
essentially
very
the same
confusing
thing
skin
applied to
idea.
greed
Imagine
and pride,
explaining
which
who Bill
Wendigo,
Clinton
I
is to a random
definitely
Japanese.
haven't heard of that ever. What this is saying in the grander sense is perhaps this disease of the Wetico has affected entire countries or potentially the world at this point, as over the last 100 years society has gone from the idea of forward progression as a whole and instead looks at progression of the self. So basically a soul virus has made us all bad people, which isn't the weirdest on this iceberg. Alright, so I've got to be careful with this one, not because it's any like, oh no, the government's gonna come shoot me for it, but this is like a real group of people, and I'm pretty sure I know what this conspiracy is hinting at, but at the same time, it's not like proven anywhere, and I don't want to, you know, just be mean. Off the coast of North Carolina, there is a group known as the Bald Head Association. And to answer your first question, no, they're not actually bald. It's because they are on
It's you guys, because you're old.
Island. So these guys have a website, they have a homeowners association, everything's fine until you start to look at some of the things surrounding the Bald Head Association. Like, for example, reading about them in the news, there was some controversy where after a hurricane, the members of the association managed to sort of apply resources to their community instead of communities around, which from what light research I've done into that topic,
3 strands of hair. Okay, Homer Simpson.
As well as there was some investigation to a private ferry company and an idea of a lot of money going somewhere, and a current charge pending that they kept a federal agent from performing their duties, whatever that implies. And this is all speculation, and I'm like researching this stuff with the point of view of some deep, dark, scary thing. So I don't want to go any further, because it's one thing to talk about, you know, weird, crazy,
the Bald Society is
ancient
scary.
world, and it's another thing to point at a modern group of people and just be like, haha, you do crime, because there's really no evidence of that. And I don't want to be mean. Like, everything on the surface seems like they're sweet people, and I feel bad for a YouTube channel just looking at their stuff and being like,
am I scary?
I can make a problem here. Water is not from Earth. It has to do with the concept of the creation of water itself. For one, water itself is a volatile compound, and while you may not think it, it itself is naturally acidic and can do things like erode rocks over time. And while now on Earth with the water cycle, where water is evaporated and then reformed over and
I
over,
love drinking
there doesn't
acid.
seem to be a sort of jumpstart process that would have put that into place. So theories range from everything that perhaps a meteor hit the Earth that either had oxygen or hydrogen with it that then interacted with the atmosphere and created the first batch of water, or that water itself as a whole came to the planet from an outside source, which, if that was true, that water came from somewhere else, then that would imply the chance of existence of life somewhere else. Basically, the idea that water was deposited here rather than being created here. RuneScape conspiracies is specifically referring to the most famous RuneScape conspiracy around New York City. The idea being that RuneScape itself exists as a New York City virtual counterpart. Evidence of this is everything from the game consists of large different ethnicities that come from separate boroughs that all interact within the same main space. There's forms of begging, there's different ways to make money, and the richest most often are those who play the stock market. People inherently can't be trusted, and there's a selfishness when it comes to greed and how to obtain money within the game, which is kind of mean to New Yorkers, but whatever. There are events and functions that occur in which people gather and celebrate before going back to their domain, and there's even an underground transport system throughout the entire map. So the theory states that perhaps RuneScape was put together as a means of testing a sort of feudal post-apocalypse New York City. And it goes even further and says that perhaps RuneScape was created by the government as a way to monitor either transaction as it corresponds to the real world or potential transaction if New York City was to fall apart. So if you've ever played RuneScape, I guess you work for the Fed, so congratulations. The concrete people of Calagasi has to do with a mine located in Chile. In 2013, roughly 35 people witnessed what they all claimed to be a UFO flying over the mine itself. It stayed there for a few minutes and fit the typical description of a sort of flying saucer. However, while the flying saucer was above them, people looked around them and saw several what appeared to be concrete people standing in their midst. They were all gray, made of stone, and were all sharing their same position looking up at the flying saucer. As people began to
Wasn't it
the
at
flying
like
saucer
26
left,
this
and
morning?
with it, the concrete people just disappeared. Theories on this have
You
ranged
guys
from
are bad
everything
with
to ancient
timers.
religions to perhaps these
Was,
are expressed forms of the extraterrestrials themselves, and of course to it being just a hoax, which is always so lame. I hate whenever you're reading these and they're just like, yep, it's probably fake. It's like, do you ever get out of the house? Codification is one of those that makes me absolutely hate this iceberg, because it's just one word and good luck figuring out the conspiracy around it. Because codification is a real thing that happens in politics, so I can only assume it means that. But with the rest of this iceberg, I feel like there should be some giant multi-level code that creates humans.
I was
or
hoping to
something,
get
but
into
no,
the
it just has to do
timer
with,
lock
like,
though.
county politics.
But I hope I was
Basically,
still in time
codification
before
is
we
a
hit the
term
count.
that
Yeah.
is applied to whenever governments
I'll let you know
move
when
counties
the
or
count
demographics of people
happens.
in order to fit new voting codes. Basically, if they
It
look
might not
at
happen
districts in a
instantly
state when
after
it
10
comes to
kids. We'll
voting,
see how
and
it's
they see
feeling.
that one population greatly outweighs the other, so they change the rules of where the lines are in order to better fit the demographics. This form of sort of moving the goalpost has led many to think that perhaps as a means of keeping the people from actually having a say in what happens to them, whenever people begin to band together in order to make a difference, the state itself will just change the rules so that it doesn't really matter. So this is an elaborate way of them to maintain the agenda that they want and simply give the people an illusion of choice. Inverted humans is in reference to ancient artwork that depicts exactly that, upside down people. In other words,
Turn them
across
around,
a lot of old world drawings,
Excuse me? Why is it so big? What the? It's like his knee.
there is a consistent theme of a group of normal people, you know, standing upright, surrounding someone in the air upside down. Now, while many just interpret this as a form of art, others have pointed out the weirdness that it occurs in a lot of cultures in the similar way. And in some of these that have descriptions attached, such as in the Middle East, where there's images of it, there's references to them going from soil to sky. So being upside down and from the ground to sky, that sounds like Hollow Earth to me. And, you know, normally these inverted people are, you know, like taller than the people on the ground. You know, tall underground. That sounds to me like Italian languages is in reference to the really weird fact that people who speak the Italian language over time have a change in their DNA. Now, this isn't enough that like a human can transform their physiology from just speaking Italian.
Do not
but
speak
it is
Italian
enough that through DNA testing there is a difference
No,
before and after someone moves to Italy. And while the specific experiments and the greatest results have been seen from the Italian language, this has been found in certain instances around other languages too. This goes back to the idea that languages themselves have a sacred meaning, and that some languages have the power to introduce life in different forms. This is a big reason that ancient spells and things like that are said to be done in Latin or other old languages, because the language itself has a hidden biological power. So in other words, words spoken in certain language can induce a literal soulful or life energy that another language could not. Saint Alvin's Creations is in reference to the video game developer Saint, and specifically his most popular creation of Schnell Online. You can find footage of Schnell itself on YouTube, but it's a sort of weird multiplayer game. Several have compared it to Second Life in the way that it's a bunch of characters together just sort of interacting with each other. However, there's a lot of weird themes in it that have to do with things like physical violence and even terrorism. And while I myself have not played the game or watched a ton of gameplay on it, people online have said that there's even themes that have to do with people doing things to, you know, like kids.
What?
So people have said
Oh.
perhaps this game exists
kind
as
of
a
things?
means of a outlet for terrorists and these people who do not nice things to kids. On top of that, there's a credit trading system in the game which people will convert into real money in the real world. So there's even an idea that money laundering occurs through these illegal transactions. Or I should say transactions for illegal goods that are hidden through this game. Now this is all, of course, like tier 8 conspiracy. Do not actually harass the creator of this game. This is all like through the grapevine. I'm sure that's not actually what it's for, but be nice. But yeah, that's the theory. 90% of books written by one author isn't saying that there's some guy who's existed for like 800 years who's just been hurriedly writing books, although at this point, why not? But this ties back into the simulation theory. Put it this way, right? You've been in a bookstore. So you've
He's so
seen like
busy.
the near
How does he
infinite
have
amount
time?
of paperbacks that have totally unrecognizable titles that are just sitting on the shelves. Well, several of those books are fill-ins that are made in order to enhance the simulation and make things feel more real. And realistically, there's no way you could ever be able to test all of them.
True.
Like, go ahead, try to read through every book in your local bookstore, and then another one. There's eventually going to be pages somewhere that you aren't getting to, and that those are just filler, because according to this, whatever you do look at, the simulation prepared for and put real words there. So
thanks, simulation.
try not to let that bug you. CCA-XX1 is in reference to the launching of the Zuma satellite. Basically, the Zuma satellite was a satellite that was launched by SpaceX. However, the details around it are really shady. Like, for example, the creators of the Zuma satellite never wanted themselves to be known and even loaded the rocket themselves. And supposedly CCA-XX1 is the code that was given to whatever was on board. Theories say that perhaps whatever's on board is a form of biological testing, more specifically testing on amoebas in order to create a sort of super amoeba. And again, at this point in the research, it's really hard to find direct lines connecting things, but a lot of people tied the Zuma satellite into the concept of brain-eating amoebas, which when you think about it, brain-eating amoebas are like really weird that they exist. Like the fact there's like trillions and quadrillions of amoebas everywhere that at any point don't cause any harm except a few that just eat your brain. So this is saying that perhaps those amoebas are genetically engineered, and the Zuma satellite is either a means of maintaining them or to enhance them somehow away from Earth. Holy Grail found centuries ago is in reference to the Holy Grail and the idea that perhaps elitist rings have been using its power for a long time. Historically, the Holy Grail is the chalice that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper. And the idea around it is that if anyone drinks from the Holy Grail, they'll have eternal life, knowledge, and a whole slew of other abilities. The idea being that historical figures have been drinking and getting the power of the Holy Grail for hundreds of years, and the reason that secret societies are able to be maintained for so long continue so efficiently despite having a rotating list of members is because the highest up members have been eternal and there from the start. Bovine hormone conditioning has to do with another level of population control. So you know how you hear that in recent years all of the hormones injected into cows is making people sick? Well, the main explanation that you hear from that is that growth hormones are put in them in order to make them grow faster, so that way they can put out more meat. However, this theory is saying perhaps dangerous toxins are purposefully deposited
this
in
isn't
these
even the
bovines
first cow
because for one, it would
conspiracy.
go undetected, and two, it's a good means of curbing the population. Because at that point, trying to
I'm
get
not a
anyone
baby,
for
so no
making the
soft
cows
spot.
have bad chemicals in them is the equivalent of pointing your finger at the boogeyman. This is similar to the soy theories I mentioned before, with the idea that the government is doing all of this stuff to the food that we eat as a means of changing our physiology. Only whereas soy was making you weak, this is making cows kill you. XRA PsyOps has to do with the Adult Swim cartoon Xavier the Renegade Angel. The idea behind it is that the show itself was created as a means of anti-religion. Not only that, but that the show itself proliferates ideas such as degeneracy and kid stuff, and that specific degeneracy combined with a lot of themes of blood rituals and stuff like that is a means of normalizing the population at large with things like the Epstein rituals. So in other words, these elitists who kidnap children and perform blood spells created a show on Adult Swim so that whenever it's brought to light, you'll be like, hey, it's just like that cartoon. I make jokes like that now, but the way we're heading, I wouldn't be surprised.
Why do you guys care so much? The man's frozen. I'm not looking at him. Why are you?
Okay. Bug chasing is a real thing that is awful. So bug chasing is a thing that happens in online crowds where people want to both contract and give STDs to as many unknowing people as possible. This is most often done with things like HIV, which they refer to as the gift. And several people in these online communities take on roles as the hunters and prey, with some people even trying to collect as many STDs as possible within their body.
Do not put your hand on me out of the
consensual,
maybe even bite
or basically they want to have the disease put into them, several are serial killers in everything but name and just try to give it to as many people as possible, which is absolutely evil and disgusting and horrible. And I read stuff like that, and then I think back to like the Epstein people making a TV show in order to make themselves more okay, and I'm like, alright, I can see it. Hostile plants has two branching theories off of it. One being the idea that hostile plants themselves are a sort of genetic experimentation, or at least are behind the scenes being genetically experimented on. Like, for example, take bananas and watermelons and other plants that over time are genetically engineered to be bigger to suit our needs. So, for example, if there's some like umbrella corporation kind of company out there who sees a Venus flytrap and is like, I bet we can make that thing eat people, which would make a form of self-sustaining security. The other idea is that the existence of hostile plants, or in other words, plants that have adapted in order to be aggressive in their environment, implies that at one point they were potentially competitors with life as we know it. Like the whole idea in evolution that things evolve certain characteristics in order to be more fierce. Well, this is saying that because plants did that, there's potential that if it wasn't for people or life, that they would keep doing that, and then eventually it'd be giant plant monsters everywhere. Upward causality is cause and effect as we understand it, only backwards. So for example, in an ecosystem, let's say you have water that comes down from the sky. So then that water adds water itself to the ground. Plants take in that water, plants feed the animals, animals feed the other animals, etc. That's the principle of how the world itself works in something called downward causality. Or in other words, things start at the top, and as they continue through the flow of the ecosystem, things change. Upward causality is the other way around. So the animal that needs to eat another animal makes that other animal have the desire to eat food, which makes the food have the desire to take in water, which makes the sky produce more water. While this is a real backward thought of how things work, it does tie in well with things like simulation theory. So for example, you as the person need to intake food, so the system itself puts more food into it, which means it has to supply water for the food and blah blah blah. What it basically comes down to is the idea that the most affected in a society are actually creating the effect itself. So rather than being beings that inhabit a biosphere, you yourself are the creator that changes the biosphere around you. It's
What? What happened? What happened? Oh no. Oh no. That is red. That is red. No chin padding. They're trying to stop us. Yeah. Internet thingy's been word again. I'm laggy, bye. Yeah, I'm on the restore. My internet thing is turning red. So, why does it always happen when we're watching the mail?
Around you.
Shut up. Yeah, we're super oriented. Okay. Yeah, we might need a reset. My internet's being janky. I might need to restart the internet again. Yeah. Might be time to restart the internet again. Cause the little light thingy is red on my router again. So, I'll be about 5 minutes. Looks good now? Yeah, but the light on my router is red, which means it'll drop now and again. So, I'm gonna go reset it. Yeah. My internet's mad at me again. So, I'll be 5 minutes max. Okay. Alright. Please wait for me. Yeah. I'll be right back.